Yo, what's going on, chat? Looking for an intro? Yeah, I had a I had a couple things I had to get done. Or I had more things that I had to get done than I thought. That's what I'm saying. Yo, I appreciate the raid there, James. Hope you had a good stream. What's going on, chat? Ready for the stream today? Got my advanced, and I'm ready to play some Pokemon. But I actually have no clue what I want to play today, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to play. I'm not sure what I want to play with today. I don't really have any plans. We were playing Miraidon yesterday. Did you miss the ketchup milk? No, you have not missed the ketchup milk. You have not missed the ketchup milk. You have not missed the ketchup milk. I forgot about it yesterday. I did get the milk. I did go on my way to get the milk when I went to the grocery store the other day. I don't drink milk. No one in my house drinks milk. So we didn't have milk on hand. So I have the milk. I went on my way to get the milk. I just need Boo to show up. And then I'll drink the ketchup milk. Gotta play the Earthen Seal Lost Zone deck. This is the first time hearing of it. Is it any good? Doesn't seem very good. I kind of want to keep cooking Miraidon, to be honest. Maybe I just want to keep cooking Miraidon. I'm not against that idea, to be honest. And she just continuing the Miraidon cook? I don't know. Maybe that is the play. I want to play Toadscroll. I honestly want to try Toadscroll out, but it's bugged. We could try... Pedro played it in an online tourney. His friend got top 8. Where do I see this? Do you have a link to the list? If Toadscroll wasn't bugged, we'd be jamming some Toadscroll right now, but it's still bugged, I believe. Is everything fine to play games with on PTCG Live right now? Like the ladder's not bugged or anything, right? Hope not. No, find it yourself. I mean, you guys know I don't even know what tournament. I'm not gonna look through every single Limitless tournament. Ooh, all right, hang on. Say something in chat real fast, Edgar, and then I'll give you permissions for links. It's bugged in a good way though. Yeah, but it's still like, yeah, it's like not. All right, you're permitted. Is this the list? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. Oh, you combo with Mimikyu? Yo, that's super cheesy. That is hella cheese. I kind of like that though. That's kind of sick. What does it do again? I honestly forget completely what the card does. Look it up. Put damage counters to each of your opponent's Pokemon V until its remaining HP is 100. Interesting. So you want to do that pretty early then, right? But it only affects V Pokemon. Is that enough? There's like, it feels like there's too much. If your opponent I feel like it's like too gimmicky, right? To like actually work. I don't know. What does the meta look like? I guess in the Guardian matchup, you just don't use it. Guardian matchup, you don't use it. Against Lost Tina, you don't use it either. You just function as like a Lost Box deck, but you could use it. Against Miraidon, and Shein Pow doesn't. Dude, there's like, what is it? What matchup is it good against? I'm trying to like. It's probably good against Inteleon Urshifu, but that's still probably a tough matchup. Yeah, it's good against Inteleon Urshifu, but that's still probably a tough matchup. Maybe that matchup becomes fine though. Um, Yo, appreciate the 20 months there, Daya. I feel, I feel like it's just like a Lost Zone deck that just has the Mimikyu thing in it. We could try it though. We could try it. We could try it. Interesting. It's interesting. How good would Mimikyu be? Um, this has like a Pokemon right now. Like if you Iono a Roxanne plus Dummy Doll, how good is that? We have Penny, right? Is it possible? Well, you wouldn't be able to beat Lost Box, I guess. I'm just like trying to think about like a control deck now. Like, what if you played 4 Penny, 4 Pal Pad, like a 4/4 B Barrel? I guess would maybe be best. Or maybe you play the Curlia engine to draw cards plus Gallade, and then Gallade just cycles your Mimikyu. Because Gallade just finds Penny over and over and over again. But you would need your opponent to draw some amount of prize cards so you'd actually do damage. I don't know. I mean, it's probably not good, but now I'm like I'm in the tank on this one now, to be honest. I'm like in the tank. You would lose to random Spiritombs. I mean, Spiritomb's not very popular right now, so it's not something I'm worried about. But to make that like a main concern. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm a little bit in the tank on that. I gotta find something to play. Dude, I kind of just want to play more Miraidon. Maybe we should just be playing more Miraidon. Am I just a Miraidon gamer now? I've been working on the list too. We've been working on the list. I kind of want to keep working on the list, to be honest. We've been working on the list. Let's keep working on the list, maybe. All right, let's keep Miraidon gaming. Volo when there or no? Volo. Wait, what does Volo do? Oh, to discard the V Pokemon off your bench? I don't think so, no. You just Penny, like pick up your Miraidon, set up a thing with free retreat, bench the Mimikyu, repeat. Miraidon's easily the best deck to ladder with. Why? What makes it superior? What makes it the superior ladder deck? Yo, what's up, Samson? I try. Dude, what happened to my... I don't know when that fell off. Wait, what the fuck? Did I do this last night? Oh, that's so weird. I don't know if I like it better with or without. All right. It's like it's the first time I like opened with a Bravery Charm. Wait, did I just pass? Dude, wait a second. No, it hasn't been my turn yet, right? Will I be at the regionals in Germany? Which one? There's 2 of them in Germany, right? Extra lightweight mouse. Yeah, like the weight was not in my mouse, but I did drop my mouse yesterday at some point. You still have 25 minutes. Yeah, I kind of panicked though because I have 7 cards in hand, but they mulliganed, right? Because I know they're playing. I knew they were playing Tina. Dude, Lost Tina is over. It's everywhere on the ladder, bro. Lost cringe. I guess I'm not gonna judge here because I only have a 2-card, I guess 3-card hand now. Yeah, they burned through. Oh, they play Ultra Ball? Awful. Dude, they have a 2-card hand. If they don't get second Tina here and they get Greninja, we could lot trap them to 1 Tina. Oh, they want second Tina. Okay. Oh, I just need them to not have Path here. If they had Path here, that'd be annoying. Alright, we're chilling. I shouldn't path him, right? Like, I made that mistake yesterday when I played up against this matchup. All right, Miraidon. And then Miraidon for Miraidon and Miraidon and Raikou. Yeah, because Raikou's the more likely Pokemon to be able to attack with. And I should grab one more Pokemon here off this tandem unit. I think I should go for my pivot, right? Like, I think I should get my Pikachu, but I don't want to get 2 Mareeps. That lets him Sableye too efficiently. I'll get the Flying P. Hit him with a generator. Hey. Alright. Energy to the Raikou. Bravery Charm to the Raikou. And then I think I just play the research, right? The attaching here, but I might want to attach Retrieve if I hit a generator. Yeah, so we just research and see what we draw and then play off that. Escape rope first, right? Every time. Yeah, escape rope. I had to think about it though for a second there. I was like, but yeah, you always escape rope first here. And then they should send up Comfy. Like, could just have, like, they could send up, well, no, they always send up, I guess they could send up Cram. Okay, I guess that's fair. Oh, the Cram. Are they gonna get like a Tina attack next turn? Well, they're playing like they're gonna get a Tina attack next turn. Yeah, they're playing like they're attacking with Tina next turn. I'm a little scared, to be honest. Sheesh, that was a terrible draw. All right. Otherwise, why would you send up Cram? I mean, you don't need the extra Comfy. Like, they already have 3 in the loss, and they go Comfy Chorus, but if they want that extra draw power, but they don't have a 2-card hand. How are they even gonna be able to switch between 3 Comfys with a 2-card hand? I hope they reprint Escape Rope soon. I wouldn't mind if it was always in the format. I don't think I would mind it either if it was always in the format. It's cool to have like another consistent, and we've had it so much. Like, maybe just make it a staple at this point, right? I wouldn't hate that. Although maybe if their hand is really, really bad, that's why they want to keep triple Comfy around as well. That'd be another reason to keep triple Comfy. If their hand is really, really bad, they're like, well, I need that extra draw power of a Comfy. But you could have settled for going like Comfy, Punch with Cram this turn. I guess Punch with Cram is not very good because I have the Bravery Charm, but favorite says least favorite thing about PTCG Live versus PTCGO. If I knew they were playing Greninja, I would have passed. But I wasn't sure if they, well, them not getting Greninja earlier was like really weird, especially with this many energy in hand. That was just like a mistake from them, probably. Favorite and least favorite thing about PTCG Live versus PTCGO? You mean like each individually? Like, what was my favorite thing about PTCGO and least favorite thing about PTCGO? Or just like, how in depth do you want me to go here? Yeah, we just take out a Tina here. I do need a bench of Pokemon to get the knockout, right? Yeah, so, but I think I should bench Raichu, actually. I was like a little bit debating that. I'm going to put 1 energy here on my own Flaffy so it can't just be boss trapped. Because I don't think, oh, dude, that's like something that comes up so, like, playing this deck more from this side. Dude, if I go up against like a Miraidon in tournament at Pittsburgh, bro, if I'm in a bad spot, I'm going to boss your Flaffy. And then GG. Hit him with boss the Flaffy, Sableye the bench. You're like, oh, I lose. What do you like about PTCG Live that changed from PTCGO? What do you miss from PTCGO? I mean, there's a lot that I miss from PTCGO. The game just functioning better. The gameplay. The biggest thing is just the gameplay. I mean, the biggest thing about PTCG Live is the crafting system. I think it's like the only real thing though. But like deck building is less is clunkier and less intuitive. The gameplay is less is clunky and less intuitive than PTCGO. The only thing that PTCG Live is that it got you have the credit system, which is way better than the trade system. Like 1,000,000 times better. Like, it's not even close. But that's like it, I think. PTCGO was better in majority of ways. I'm pretty sure 4 boss is just correct in here. Since I've added the 4th boss, it has just felt so nice to always have boss. I don't whiff the boss. Well, actually, this is kind of unfortunate in this situation. My hand actually sucks. And they get to 10. No, they have 7. I can't even attack with. I can't attack with anything. Huh. Is this a Thundershock angle? Might be. I mean, I kind of want to boss something and then follow up with Raichu, but my hand is just literal dead. All right, we'll send this up. Ooh, okay, okay. So what do I want to attack with here? Probably just a Raikou, right? I should just go get Raikou. I mean, the chance I draw into an energy or a generator into an energy is like pretty high. So Raikou Punch is solid here. Especially because they board locked themselves out of like... Yeah, actually, if I just get the punch here, I'm pretty sure I just win. Dude, I don't get to attack? That's so bad. It was bad of me to split my energy off. Dude, I just didn't want to put energy on the I didn't want to like get my Flaffy boss trapped. I was just like really not trying to play it into that happening. So is it the Thundershock? I think it is the Thundershock, right? Jeez. Come on, baby. Let me cook. They only have 9 in the Lost Zone, dude. They only have 9 in the Lost Zone, though. So, like, they can't even... No, this is so bad. Dude, I just need the energy. I just need to be able to attack with Raikou this turn to start. That sucks. Maybe my Iono slowed him down, though. We can hope, like, that happened as well. I'm trying to think... Better than Baby's Hair? I mean, they're different. It feels better. We did, like, we went through a list yesterday. Damn, dude, this is rough. I, like, need to get a huge top deck on this next turn to even have a chance now. I need, like, a massive top deck here. That sucks. Man, it felt like we were in a really good spot, too. So, what do I send up here? I should send up Miraidon because it has the energy, so I can retreat to Flaffy, I guess. Yeah, we need, like, top deck research here. I played 1. Alright. Top deck research, here we go. If not, I have to, like, retreat to Flaffy and pass. Dude, that's rough. Okay, I saw him, like, in top deck research mode. But even then, am I gonna win? No, it is winnable if I top deck a research. It's winnable, it's winnable. Alright. I don't really want to set up another Flaffy or anything like that. Not looking good, chat. I think I also have boss or escape. Well, maybe should I play it around escape rope here? That's possible. But then it just lets him go like Tina, knock out this plus this. Yeah, it's still so bad to put like. I just hope they don't have escape rope. I think is the better play to go with here. Man, unlucky. Maybe they Roxanne. Sure. I mean, why would you ever Roxanne here though? A mistake to Dynamo to Flappy? I mean, maybe. But if they had boss there, if they had boss there, I would have been in such trouble anyways, right? Was it ever better to not thin and keep the cards from Iono for the bottom on the bottom? I don't know how many cards did I have on Iono on the bottom. I don't remember how many cards I had on the bottom, to be honest. Depends how many cards there were. Yeah, depends how many cards there were. And bro, the comeback. You know what I haven't been missing? I haven't really missed the nest ball. We cut the nest ball, and I haven't really missed that. What about just like in terms of consistency, though? That's just like one game. I can't like read into that single game right there too much. But maybe something like Pokegears to like find researches wouldn't be a bad thing either. I do find myself when I'm ahead, there's like situations where I just want to go like research. I don't hate the idea of that. We could definitely find room for Pokegears. But I don't want to like play. Well, maybe more judges would be okay as well because it'd be like a little bit of a halfway point where it's like it's a draw supporter. I don't need a ton. Once you set up, you don't need a ton turn to turn. You just need like energy attachments and generators. Right. But what is worse, whiffing the attack or getting a Flaffy boss? Not saying I know, but something to think about. Yeah, but the chance that I whiff the attack there is really low. Like the chance that I whiff the attack there is like super low. They had to Iono me into a dead hand, and then I top deck Iono. I still whiffed an energy on Iono. The chance that I whiff the attack there is like super low. But if they have the boss play, I literally just like lose. If they have boss plus Sableye that turn, I literally just lose. So 2 each mid match. Maybe I should put the like the Arvin is also like the Arvin would be something to consider putting back in as well. But I don't know. Do I ever want to play Arvin when I could just play a research? Probably not. You gotta add, that's not a question, Zero, a specialist. I'm gonna make you. I'm not gonna answer that until you rephrase it. I'm not answering that. I refuse. Yeah, I mean the Flappy getting bossed is like. The Flappy getting boss is like, I don't know, it's like a real threat to me. I don't know how many people actually think about that play though. Is like another thing. I don't know how many times. I don't know how many people actually think about that play though. So like, it doesn't make it incorrect to not play around it. Because when I go up against Zeraora or Miraidon from now on, I'm 100% thinking about that play every time I have a boss in my hand. It's just like, all right, should I play this Iono here or just like, I mean, what if I just boss their Flaffy? How much better is that going to be for the situation? Because the amount of times I would have lost games if my opponent just bossed my Flaffy. It's like so high. That's why I've been like getting that energy on the Flaffy like ASAP. Whenever I feel reasonably comfortable with the energy on the Flaffy, I do it because, yeah, I could have lost so many games with this deck if they just boss Flaffy. I do play a couple switch cards. I can move it, but it's like the chance that I find the switch card is pretty low if like my Force Seal Stone's been used. I feel that unless you've played Miraidon and get Flaffy boss, you don't think about that play. Yeah, I feel like you've had to have played it on this side. I agree. I think you've like had to have experienced this side of the matchup. But now that I have, I'm like super scared of my opponent doing that. Why not switch Flying Peak to Zeraora? Why not switch Zeraora to Flying Peak? What your question should be is, why do you like Flying Peak over Zeraora? And the reason is, we did a breakdown of all the matchups yesterday, and it seemed like and which you can't switch. Yeah, you can't switch card Flaffy now. We did a breakdown of all the matchups yesterday, and what it seemed like is that what's it called was a little bit better overall. Flying Pikachu. We went through like the list of all the meta decks, and we're like, okay, what is best, or which one is better against each meta deck, and what percentage do I expect each meta deck to be? And Flying Pikachu came out on top by quite a bit, actually. Flying Pikachu came out on top by quite a bit for the. Oh no! I just filled my bench without the freaking Billy, bro. Dude, I was too busy getting lost talking about. I should have put down Billy over Raikou. I do like double Mareep because like Raichu's like a pretty big player in the mirror match. Billy. All right, we're chilling. We're chilling. The chili. Yeah, just let me get some energy here. I probably would have billied out this hand as well, to be honest, because this hand sucks. I mean, I have the Force Seal Stone still to work with, but I have no energy after this, though. Ooh, should I? Well, hold on. I should have actually done this first to get that free card. I should have done this before I did the other thing. Ooh, and that's what I wanted. I was like, should I use Force Seal Stone to get Bravery Charm? Because Bravery Charm seems really, really good here. Oh, and I have no way to reset my Miraidon. But that's fine, to be honest. If I just go draw... If my opponent doesn't KO my active and I go draw past, that's like fine for a turn, to be honest. I also have the Force Seal Stone, I guess. Kind of the same thought about against Inteleon Urshifu in bossing the Alakazam. Okay, the answer to your question, Specialist, is I think Flying Pikachu is better than Zeraora as the pivot Pokemon in Miraidon. Based on... Now, this is what this will always be based on. But that's based on which one I think is better in the meta. Which I think is Flying Pikachu. Like I said, we broke down all the meta decks yesterday and talked through them as to which one was better against which deck. And you could play both, theoretically. Doesn't seem worth it, though. And based on the what I expect for the percentage to be at Pittsburgh Regionals for Flying Pikachu versus Zeraora, I think Flying Pikachu was ahead by quite a bit. It was like 30% to 60% or something like that. This is meta manipulation. Azul's going to play this at pits with 4 switches. He's baiting you into making that play. Bro, what a waste of space. Also, is always an option someone should look for. If people overextend their resources, yeah. Worst thing is that Rope is the only out on Mahone's list, so you can boss Flaffy and safely abyss seeking. Broken, bro. Yeah, you you sit down, you sit down, you sit down across to play a match. Your opponent flips over Miraidon. You're like, oh, you a fan of Andrew Mahone? They say yes. You're like, all right, 1 switch card, baby. Give me that Flaffy. That's how you know, bro. I think same thought against Inteleon Urshifu and bossing the Alakazam. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You think Chi and Pow is viable with Pidgeot? Nah. I mean, right now I'd play B-Barrel instead. You definitely need to play B-Barrel right now, but to beat Quad Mimikyu? Nothing beats Quad Mimikyu, but don't tell anyone that. The 60 that play literally never happens. Will be hidden. That play literally never happens. No one is ever punching a V-Star for 60 to then we're taking a big KO. That play never happens. The Zeraora to do 60 into Miraidon do 220 just literally never happens. You're not the first person who's brought that one up, but that literally doesn't exist. That's a myth. That's a myth created by Big Zeraora to convince you to play Zeraora over Flying Pikachu. Literally just fake. Big Zeraora. Honestly, I don't think I need this Iono anymore. I'm about to go down to 2 prize cards. I'd rather just set up the second Flaffer. Oh, I had the 4 Seal Stone too as well. Like I don't need the. I'll put this one here. I could have put it on one of the Flaffies there, but I have 2 Flaffies, so like I can't protect against them bossing one or the other. So I also don't need to be aggressive about protecting it now because they're so far ahead. Why punch with Zeraora when you can punch with Raikou plus Bravery Charm? True. Like if I'm ever in a situation, like the thing is like with that situation, doing that punch with Zeraora is the same thing. Doing that punch with Zeraora is the same thing as just like retreating to Flaffy and passing, and then next turn Raichu nuking the active Pokemon. Like the Zeraora hit just is not a thing. The Zeraora punch is just not a thing. It doesn't exist. Like it is a thing you could do, but I could also just like bench Mareep, retreat to Mareep, and then like load up extra energy, play pass, and then go Raichu 1-hit KO next turn. It's the exact same thing. So I just don't think that line actually is like a reason to play the card. Which like what you said was true and is possible and has happened and could be the difference between you winning or losing a tournament. But I think Fly probably wins me more games than Zeraora punch for 60 into Miraidon 220. And that's all we care about is like win percentage. Yeah, no, exactly, Mamako. That's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't actually matter what I do here. Man, I can move this thing, right? Yeah. Oh, shoot. They could get the Fly KO, though. I don't know if I want to give him that Fly KO, though. Zeraora was for Baby Guardy. No, you can do that. Zeraora is good against Baby Guardy as well. It is, yeah. But you can also use a Flaffy a lot of the time against Baby Guardy. No, Zeraora's against Gardevoir, you'd rather have Zeraora than Flying Pikachu. That is true. But when I broke down every deck and tried to figure out which one was better against which deck, I guess the other thing we should have applied to breaking that down though was like, how often do you use each of them? Because I think I'm going to be using Zeraora against Guardy more than I use Flying Pikachu against anything, to be honest. So actually, that's something we didn't factor into the math. Well, it's a little bit different in this because they can't like punish me when they gust my Flaffy. Oh, wait, I can just get a switch card off this and win the game. Wait. The only switch card I have left is Escape Rope. So if I Escape Rope, they push Flaffy. I think I'm just gonna chill. I'm like not pressed to like do anything this turn, so I don't think I'm gonna do anything. I'm just gonna pass. And hold. I'll even hold it. Well, yeah, I'll even hold that. Sure, why not? Yeah, Zora's for Baby Guardy. I didn't really think about it in that terms because like when I broke it down, I was like, okay, which one is better against which deck? But what we should have also thought about as well is like how often do you use each one against each deck as well? Honestly, the Flying Pikachu has been really, really nice against Lost Zone decks. This thing has been insanely good against Lost Zone decks because it doesn't have 110 HP and it's not a one pricer. The reason that Zeraora is terrible against Lost Zone decks is because you want to set up a Flaffy, right? Flaffy's just broken. But if you put Flaffy in play and put Zeraora in play, your opponent has 2 1-prisers to pick off with like Sableye or Greninja or something, or some combination of that to just like get ahead in the prize exchange. And you're just like, oh, this sucks. So, yeah. Honestly, this thing has been insanely good against Lost Zone decks. It actually felt so good because it lets me set up a pivot, the pivot Pokemon, without worrying about the prize trade. But yeah, I don't know. That's where it's been the best, to be honest. Like, I'm so happy I have Flying Pikachu against every Lost Zone deck I played up against. If I have Zeraora, it's like, I want to set up a Flaffy. And the thing is, if you set up a Mareep or a Flaffy and your opponent KOs it, they put themselves on odd prize cards. And you're like, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't care. I can just win the game. Your opponent goes on odd prize cards. Like, oh, I don't care. That's fine. And then you don't have a Zeraora for you to then get punished in the prize trade around. That's where, yeah, because like that I've definitely felt that in the Lost Zone matchups. Like having the Pikachu as my pivot to work with, like crazy good. I don't know how many I need. How many do I need? All of them? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I thought you had to X out of it every time. But I missed this, but what's the reason to not run Flying Pikachu VMAX since you're running the basic? There really isn't, to be honest. Yo, you would body the mirror mat. Ooh. Hey, chill out. Oh, shoot. No one. No leaks, chat. This is just for us. What is their win condition? Oh, they have escape rope still, though. It wouldn't be that good in the mirror. All right, I take it back. It wouldn't be that good in the mirror. Because they have bosses and escape ropes. And you can put like a billion things on your bench. Never mind. It's not as good as I thought. I was like kind of in the tank on. I was like, hey, yo. Wait, hold on. But it would, if you're behind. No, because it doesn't KO anything. And for boss, hold up. No one's playing for boss but me and Miraidon, okay? I'm the innovator here. No one's got it like me. I was thinking about the mirror, but yeah, it doesn't do enough damage. The thing is, you're not KOing anything when you swing. That's the problem. Yeah, you only do 100. If you KO'd them, if they're weak to lightning or something, you KO'd them, that would be different. Because you go, okay, knockout, I can't be hit. I owned you to 1. Appreciate those 100 bits there, Benji. Yeah, I thought I was onto something big time there, but not really, no. Yeah, and even like up against like Chi and Pao, they have like quad cross switcher, cross switcher boss. The reason to play it, to be honest, would be to enhance the HP of the Pikachu V. So you're not giving up prize cards at like the 190 HP is like less relevant. Now you got like this big schmuck. Could be good against Gardevoir as well, because then like Zacian can't KO you, I guess. That could be something. Yeah, because then they have to KO you with a baby Gardevoir. I don't know, maybe. Actually, to be honest, I think the switch card play is actually also just not real against Lost Box. I think just 3 Bravery Charm is better. I don't think the switch card play is actually real against Lost Box. And it's either correct to play. Escape Rope turn 1 is real, though. That's definitely real. And wanting to move my Flaffy is also real. So I'm going to go second Escape Rope over the switch card. I don't think the switch cards against Lost Box is real. Like, as a one of. I don't think it's a real play. I think probably 3 Bravery Charm is good enough. I have to like see how often like the HP would make a difference to me. That's why I have to like kind of wait and see. I mean, against Lost Box, obviously, like in the late game, it could be good, right? I own them low, plus swing with it, like makes them work harder. But if you're going down that road, you can play the Leafy Camo. I don't think I'd ever run the Leafy Camo. It holds my 4 Seal Stone too often for me to play the Leafy Camo, but that's because you're trolling Echo. You're very unfamiliar with the matchup versus Lost Zone box with Mew VMAX. Any tips? Hope they prize their Drapion. And then also don't find their Heavy Ball. Is Zeraora a liability against Lost Box? Yes. Because you want to set up a Flaffy. But if you set up a Flaffy and bench their aura, then your opponent has 2 1-prize Pokemon to pick on, and you don't want to give them 2 1-prize Pokemon to pick on. But if I bench a Mareep against Lost Zone box, and then my pivot is Flying Pikachu, then my opponent can KO my Mareep, but then they're on odd prize cards. I don't have another 1-prize Pokemon in play for them to pick on, and I have access to a pivot to work with later. So that's why the Flying Pikachu feels really good against Lost Zone, to be honest. Am I going to Lille Regionals? No. Actually, hold up. Let me look at... Wait, isn't there a regional registration today? I almost forgot about that, but there is, definitely. Toronto Regionals registration is today, I think. Pittsburgh, Barcelona. Yeah, Toronto at 7 p.m. Eastern, so 4 p.m. my time. Okay. I definitely want to go to at least 1 European regional. Maybe I'll try and make my way to 2, to be honest. We'll see. Low regionals is in October. Wait, that's next month? What do I have in October? That'd be 3 weeks in a row. Sac into Lille into Toronto. No, probably not. The European regionals I'm looking at trying to go to is the ones in Germany, Stuttgart or Dortmund, I think. So I'm gonna be looking out for those registrations. Maybe the one in Poland. I think the one is going to be probably one of the ones in Germany. As long as I can actually get in. Like, I have to try and register, so... I think Charizard has a chance of doing good this weekend. Yeah, of course. It has a chance of doing, like... no, I guess, like, if I'm going to be objective about it, like, I have to say no to some things, right? If we're just talking about meta decks in general, no, I'd say no. Well, I guess what do we do? Yo, appreciate the raid there, Mahone. Hope you had a good one. Come to Dortmund. I'll show you Cologne. Yeah, I might... Yeah, probably one of the Germany regionals is what I'm going to try to come to. Yeah, that's probably the plan. Can you even stack the points you get in Europe, or you're qualified for Worlds anyway? Yes. If I'm understanding what you're asking correctly, yes. The answer is yes. Honestly, I might Billy the hand. Let me see. Let me cook this up real fast. Wait, is Billy here? We prize Billy, so we're not gonna Billy the hand. Okay. Bunch of sheep. And then we'll go 1 deeper, I guess. Yeah, we'll go 1 deeper here. Grab ourselves a Raichu. And then Ultra Ball, Path, and an Energy to get one in the discard. Well, that's interesting. Should I get rid of any energy yet? Maybe not. Will they naturally get put in the discard pile anyways? Because I want to be able to use the sheep next turn. That's actually interesting. We're just going to go no. We're going to go no. I'll just grab a Mareep to put on the bottom of the deck. Oh, no, I'm judging. I thought it was an Ionoing here for some reason for a second. I was like, all right, we're going to judge. Or an Iono. Dude, Billy being prized actually kind of sucks, to be honest. I would have really liked Billy. Okay. I mean, I got to use this, right? I don't have a choice. Yeah, I don't have a choice. I can... No, I have to generate it. Wait. No, I have to generate it first. I thought, like... Yeah, never mind. Oh, nice. Probably the Miraidon here. All right. Do you like viewers taking pictures or talking to you at regionals? Yeah, it's fine. I like it. It definitely is. It's like what is the word I would use? Encouraging, not in terms of like for the tournament, but like what I'm doing, you know, in content as a player. Yeah, I definitely like it when people come up to me, ask me for a picture, or just want to say what's up, whatever it might be. So have me sign something, whatever. Definitely a fan. Fan of it. And there's one more question someone asked. No, I think I covered all the questions actually. Okay, you even stack the points at Europe, but you've already... Yeah, you can, like... If you just play at a TPCI Rand tournament, you just gain championship points as long as it's within your best finish limit. Yeah, you can stack European with US points. They're all TPCI events. It doesn't matter which, as long as it's a TPCI event, that's all that matters. But yeah, what was the question about the Zard? What'd you ask me about Zard earlier? Do you think Zard has a chance of doing good this weekend? The answer to that is a yes, because everything has a chance. But if we're just trying to like, that's not really what you're trying to ask with that question. My opinion is no. I don't think Zard has a chance of doing well this weekend. But if like if a Charizard made top 8, I wouldn't be like shocked. You know what I'm saying? But like, obviously, because like the variants in Pokemon that like changes how you'd view like theoretically anything in the TCG. Well, I guess I can set up the Marie because I have the Switch in hand, right? Yeah, sure. I kind of want to send the Flying Pikachu, but I have the Switch, so I'm comfortable sending up the Marie here. Yeah, in the Pokemon TCG, like technically everything has a chance of doing well, but you're asking me like, do I expect it to? And the answer is no. I don't think it will do well. Appreciate the 14 months there, Spike. Earth and Seal stuff? No, that's trash card. Cover my question, me versus Lugia. What's the game plan? I don't know. Just win. You're not winning, you're trolling. Oh, they had the Greninja play. What are they going to snipe here, though? I'm actually curious to see what they snipe here, actually. This is actually going to be interesting. I think one Zard will do well. What does well mean, though? Like, a lot of people... Like, if a Zard doesn't make top 8, I wouldn't consider doing that well. Well, to me, is at least top 8ing. So I don't think Charizard will do well. Alright, I was thinking about... what will the best finish be for Arctina at Pittsburgh? Top 128. Yeah, like anything at RNG into top 16 is not impressive. So it's like, but that's not really the question, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. That's like a tough question. It's just a tough question. I'm not sure. It's kind of rough. And we're not in like a bad spot or anything by any means, but I don't know. See, losing my Flaffy sucks. But see, now if this was a Zero Aura, if my Flying Pikachu was a Zero Aura, my opponent has like a prize trade route where now they can KO Zero Aura and then kind of take over from there. But they don't have that route anymore. I have no energy in play. I need to find some generators. All right, all right. Now I don't really want to lose energy. Boss would be good next turn, not really this turn. I guess I could fleet-footed first, to be honest. And if I get a generator, then I can go generator to this, switch boss KO that Tina. That would be pretty good, to be honest. I also kind of want to save the fleet-footed for the other side to have more to work with on the other side of this. So I think I don't know. I want to save my energy in my deck for sure. I'm trying to leave as many energy in the deck as possible. So I kind of want to Ultra Ball there, but there wasn't really any cards that I really wanted to discard, so... Yeah, see, that's why I wanted to save the fleet-footed for this side of the porter. Maybe I should have escape roped there. Could then KO Comfy plus Path to stop that. So I have what, 110 HP left? I don't really want to die to a cram, so... Dude, this is where things feel tough though. No sheep. No sheep. No sheep, no shot. Yeah, I could have gone escape rope there. Actually KO'd Comfy and then I should have probably gone escape rope there, to be honest. I should have gone escape rope there, I think. Because I can KO the Comfy, remove some draw power. I mean, that's what I assumed they would send up would be a Comfy. They send up Comfy, I KO Comfy, and then I put Path in play to shut down their Greninja. Arctina is better than you give it credit for? I don't play it, so... What does that even mean? What did you just say? Like, do you just think every deck is equally good? Like, for a deck to be good, other decks have to be bad. Like, no one wants to hurt anyone's feelings. Bro, it's okay. All decks are good. They're all equal. Your deck's tier 1. Your deck's tier 1. My deck's tier 1. No one's deck is bad. Everyone has an equal chance of winning the tournament. No, Arctina is just a bad deck. Like it's not a bad thing. Like like it's not a bad thing for a deck to be bad. Uh, a deck can't be good. A deck can't be good if there aren't bad decks. Lostina is terrible right now. Lostina is a terrible play. It just is. Like when people are saying you got to give it a little bit more credit, it's like, and they'll even acknowledge it's bad matchups that I think are bad, but it's like, but then at that point it is just the worst of the meta decks, which means it's just a bad deck. Like when you take all the meta decks and you break them down, Lostina is just at the bottom, or not Lostina, Arctina is just at the bottom, which means it's a bad deck. Like we will, like if I went through a tier list with Tommy right now, after Tommy just said Arctina is better than you think, we could break down all the matchups and stuff, and then Arctina would be the last place deck, which means it's a bad deck. Like that's fine. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying Arctina to do super well at my I've just been seeing Arctina do super well at my dude. Locals just does not matter. Locals is literally irrelevant to literally everything. Locals is just irrelevant. As soon as you say locals, that's when your opinion, the discussion ends right there. As soon as someone brings up locals, it's over. That's it. Pack it up. Don't come back. We pack it up at locals. No locals, dude. I kind of want to bench this sheep though, bro. I'm kind of into the sheep thing. I kind of want to do it to make. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put the sheep in play. They do get access to the Sableye play, but we're sheeping them. Not a lot of energy. Oh, what if I gave a? No, that wouldn't change anything actually. What if I had a thick sheep? I don't know. I'll just throw this here, I guess. Does this matter where I put this? I don't think so. I look cups and challenges, but fair enough. No, I know you meant cups and challenges, Tommy. I know you meant cups and challenges. My statement does not change. My statement is still the exact same. As soon as you say locals, that's it. I'm tuned out. Yeah, I know you mean cups and challenges. Cups and challenges don't. It doesn't mean anything. There's just irrelevant. Like, yeah, it's just irrelevant. Whatever happens at a cup and a challenge is literally irrelevant. The only thing that information that you can gain from a cup and challenge is to the person who specifically may be playing the deck, but otherwise it should mean nothing to basically anyone else. Although, like, I'm not saying you should still like metagame for your local meta, but like results from locals like cups and challenges literally means absolutely nothing. It literally means nothing except to the person playing the deck, because they actually gathered information on the deck to determine whether or not they think the deck is good or bad or something else. So that's the only person who actually gains anything from like doing anything at a local tournament. Everyone else who views the local tournament, it just means absolutely nothing. It doesn't mean you shouldn't like pay attention to your local meta and like metagame for it. If like 50% of the people are gonna show up with Mew, you should probably put a Spiritomb or something in your deck, but yeah. I think we're gonna lose this one, man. We just didn't get enough energy in play. And then them going after my Mareep really aggressively, I was like unsure how that would actually play out, but it was pretty good for them. It was pretty good for them in the end. As well, I got Adrice. I mentioned Urshifu. Do you have any thoughts on Urshi this weekend? I think Urshi seems pretty solid. Its bad matchups aren't super popular. Mew and Lugia, so. Ooh, nice. We actually won. I did not think we were winning this one. I thought they would have had us, to be honest, but that W. I thought they would have had us here for sure. Dude, 4 boss, bro. I mean, this could have been the 3rd boss, but 4 boss though. I'm just saying. We always have it. We always have the boss. And it feels like it is a pretty big like impact swing card in this deck to like get these like big knockouts, like not like to end the game, but aggressively early, more so than anything. That's why I'm not pressed. I don't feel any particular way about Arctina. I just don't think it's that bad. That's all. But that's because when I say bad, and you're not the only one who has this reaction when I say bad, Tommy. I don't like. When I say bad, it's not to the extreme that you think it is, basically. Like, bad doesn't mean, like... I'm not calling your deck I'm not calling not your deck. I'm not calling the deck a theme deck. But it's not good. Bad doesn't mean unplayable, but technically anything is playable. Bad just means, like, why... Like, if you're trying to win, why would you ever play it? That's what it means, yeah. But that's what I mean when I say bad. Like, if your goal is to win the tournament, why would you ever play that deck? Whatever the deck it is that I call bad. Bad equals tier 2 plus? No, I would say tier 3. I would say anything after tier 3 is bad usually. I could see. Okay, well, there's two ways. Like if we're talking like tier lists, there's like two kinds of tier lists. There's one that's kind of like the meta, and then there's like a tier list that's for the meta of a tournament. You know what I'm saying? You mean it's not up to par with the rest of the meta? I'm aware. Okay, okay. It's not bad. It's just not good. Well, that just makes it bad though. If it's not good, it's just bad. Yeah, there's two different tier lists for a meta. There's two different tier lists. There's one that's like specific to the major tournament you're going to, and then there's one that's specific to just the meta as a whole. In the meta as a whole, I mean, our team is still what's it called? But like decks like Rapid Strike and stuff will fluctuate in the tier list, depending on the meta game. It's like something like ooh, I should have actually opened the Raikou because I have the switch cards and my hand is dead. Something like Rapid Strike will fluctuate in the meta depending on what's more popular. If Lugia and Mew become popular, Rapid Strike's not a good play. But if they're not very popular, Rapid Strike's a really good play, right? So at a specific tournament meta, it could be the bottom of the tier list, or it could be the top of the tier list. In the meta in general, it's probably somewhere in the middle. Like if we just did like a general meta tier list based on like the overall meta, Rapid Strike's probably like a tier 3 deck. But it can be a tier S deck depending on what actually shows up at a major tournament or how you expect the meta to kind of shift, you know, major tournament to major tournament. But if you just take the whole meta in like a vacuum and just be like, these are the decks based on like matchups, you can do some like rough popularity, because like Rapid Strike, like even if you have a bad Rapid Strike matchup, Rapid Strike's never gonna like break 5% of the meta like ever. So like having a bad Rapid Strike matchup is fine. But if you have a bad Gardevoir matchup, that's not good. Irrelevant of like the meta of a specific major tournament, just in general in the meta. Dude, I just lose. I could top deck research. Dude, the turn 1 path is so brutal. Let's get it. I mean, it's effectively a research top deck. Dude, the turn 1 path is so brutal in this matchup. It's so brutal. Like, them going first is just so brutal. Like, it's brutal. We did top deck, though. All right, come on. Give me the attack, baby. Oh, 2? We cook. Do I ever put down the sheep right now? Seems risky. What is that loss on at? 2? Dude, I'm tempted to bench that sheep, bro. Am I getting sheepy with it? Dude, I'm so tempted. They're not getting to 7 next turn. No, they could get to 7 next turn. I'm not getting Greninja next turn. There's just no way I'm getting Greninja'd. Dude, I'm trying to get sheepy with it, I think. Oh, we put him down. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, we'll Greninja them both? Bro, this deck does not turn to Greninja, bro. It just doesn't happen. This deck does not get... This is just not a thing. The deck can't do it. The deck already struggles to get like a turn 3 Tina, bro. Sablezard for Pittsburgh? No. Sablezard is also terrible. Sablezard is a terrible... Sablezard is a terrible deck. Irrelevant of the tournament meta. Sablezard is a bad deck. Irrelevant of the tournament meta. What does Sablezard even beat? Sablezard literally isn't favored against anything. You're maybe favored against Guardy, but... Yeah, Sablezard's just bad. You're unfavored against other Lost boxes. You're favored against Lost Tina, maybe, but I don't even know because they have Path now. I don't even know if you're favored against Lost Tina, to be honest. Yeah, Sablezard doesn't beat anything. You're unfavored against literally everything. Literally the whole squad. Oh, let's go. We cook. Going down to 3. I almost want to like Ultra Ball away both Ionos, to be honest. I'm like super far ahead now, so I just want to. My concern is just staying ahead. Oh wait, did I need a? No, I didn't need it. Did I need it? No, we had one in there. Thank goodness. Panicking out here. And it would have been nice to have a switch here, though, to be honest. So I don't have to... Like, losing these energy on these retreats is actually kind of brutal. Maybe we should do 1 escape up, 2 switch, to be honest. Oh, I was already down 2 switch cards anyways. That's right. I lost 2 turn 1. Goated versus United Wings. How's the Sablezard versus Vespa Queen matchup? Good question. Why would you say Sablezard's unfavored versus other Lost Zone decks? Just due to Frog? Yeah, Frog. Plus they have... They see more cards because of Frog, which means they're more likely to find their vacuum combos and then just beat you that way. They also have Pokestop, so they can just be aggressive on a turn. Pokestop, vacuum, just like, yeah. They're just better in the mirror. Sablezard's unfavored against Lost Box Mirror. I don't know how it goes against Lost Tina right now, but like the path plus the disruption is probably pretty annoying to deal with. But Sablezard was favored against Lost Tina in the past, so it still might be. I'm not sure on that one, to be honest. Yeah, that one I'm a little bit unsure on, but... Man, they got the Greninja play to KO my sheep, bro. The sheep? Maybe I shouldn't have benched the second sheep. I don't know. 2-2 B-Barrel Sablezard? That actually sounds kind of sick, to be honest. That's kind of hype. I'm kind of down. I was hoping they would have to play an escape rope here. I was like, please don't make me burn an energy to retreat again. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I maybe shouldn't have benched the second sheep. I probably just shouldn't have benched that because now they get to play. But if I only had 1 sheep here, the Greninja play is so bad here. The Greninja play is terrible if I only have 1 sheep here. But they got him. Maybe they don't KO the Mareep here. All right, yeah, they always KO it though. All right, we need to find some. Our win con is generators, to be honest. Now at this point, to be honest, I kind of want to put the Arven back in. I kind of miss the Arven. The Arven just guaranteeing the generators was nice, which I don't have anymore. It was super nice, to be honest. Honestly, I think I get rid of the... I'm hoping to hit a research off this judge. That's my game plan here. Yeah, to be honest. I want to leave the energy in the deck as well for generators. Like, I need generators to win this game, so... Ooh. The escape rope is nice. That lets him keep an energy. Yeah, I think I'm going to put the Arven back in, to be honest. I kind of miss the Arven. Arven's kind of my guy. Keeping that extra energy in play is huge, because now I can go attach to Raichu plus generator for 1 instead of generator for 2. This is big money right here. Generator? That's good enough. The deck v deck breakdown you were talking about, is that the podcast Patreon? The deck v deck breakdown you were talking about. Wait, what do you mean? I have no idea what you're asking, Tommy. Deck v deck breakdown. Me and Chip on the podcast this week did a tier list. Is that what I mentioned? Maybe that's what I mentioned. We're 1 energy away. I need to hit a generator. How many do we have in here? 3? Dude, there's 3 generators just chilling. We're drawing 2 cards off Iono. We don't even have that good of odds of getting this here. I need researches in these games, bro. Like, not Ionos. Oh, should I have attached? Oh, maybe. Okay. Oh, I did yesterday on stream. We were breaking down which one would be better, Flying Pikachu versus Aurora. Dude, I just need to not bench the second Mareep. So I definitely misplayed this. I need to not bench second Mareep. I just need to not do that. Dude, I just need more researches, to be honest. I think I should... We could have gone for a Thunder Shock there. I don't think that's better, though. On Tails, we lose. And then even then on the next turn, it's not like guaranteed we win or anything. Yeah. I think I want to add Pokegears, to be honest. I'm kind of feeling like Pokegears. Also switches. over the second escape rope. I almost want like second switch, so that way I can like more easily preserve energy as I'm like going. I'm trying to be able to preserve energy. Why the peak over this error? Because I think it's better right now in the meta. We've hit that a couple times where it's just like I wish I had more researches. So here we're gonna do this. I don't want to play like a ton of switch cards. I mean, what you said was not true, but what I said is also what I said is also true, or I think it's true. One gear. Maybe we do cut a path because there's like less decks. Well, I don't know. The Guardy matchup though, you need 4 path against Guardy. Also, it's like our with this build specifically, it's like our win condition against Mew as well as path. Because you cutting, I don't know. The Bravery Charms, are they that good though? Maybe they're not. Oh wait, not Pokegear though. I could do the Arven, right? I mentioned Arven. Maybe Arven is. We'll do the Arven instead of the Pokegear. I'm down with that. Get the Arven back in there. To be fair, Iono always felt weak. It does feel pretty weak, to be honest. I don't use it to like Iono them to 1 very often, if like ever. Would Zeraora be better there because you can hit for a 60? In that situation, Zeraora would have probably been better. I could have gone for. I mean, if they have boss, it doesn't matter. But Roxanne is 6 cards just saying. Yeah, but this card is so concerned with being aggressive, though. Below said it. Well, if 2 people have said it, then it's got to be true. Well, that game specifically, I just misplayed. I shouldn't have benches like a Mareep. I was like, I want to do it. I want to do it. Well, we do want like some to hand disruption. I guess I just don't know if like Ionos are it. They felt pretty. The early judges are like really good. That has come up before for sure. That has come up. Said 4 red card. That'd be pretty good. You would probably play red card in here if you could, to be honest. You would play some red cards in here if you could. Thankfully, that card is not legal anymore. I mean, that's not a good reason, 07. Literally, our whole deck is liabilities. Like, these are all liabilities. The whole deck is liabilities. Turn 1 path? Turn 1 path wasn't that big of a deal because we did top deck. Dude, maybe Roxanne's would be better than Ionos because I keep playing Ionos in these late game scenarios where it's just like, bro, I just need a research. I'm down to try that, to be honest. It still has a late game disruption potential, but then I'm also like actually drawing cards. Maybe then I don't need the Arven. But I've used Iono in the early game to draw a lot of cards before as well. Dude, that's tough. I just want to see more cards. Like, I've turn 1 Iono'd a lot. That doesn't actually matter, Weenie, because you could do 150 with that Miraidon and attach 1 energy to the bench, or you could just hit with Raikou and then have an energy on your bench. Yeah, like, all right, I'll go over this real fast. This attack doesn't actually accelerate energy because you could attack for 3 lightning energy and do 150 damage. Sure. Or you could just attack with a Raikou with Lightning Rondo, at least do 150 damage, and then instead of having 3 energy on it, you should have 2 on it and 1 on the bench, which is the same thing as accelerating extra energy into play, because then this thing dies and you lose 3 energy, but when Raikou dies, you lose 2 energy. So the 3rd energy is just on the bench. So it's the exact same thing, except it doesn't accelerate energy. If this accelerated 2 energy, there would be an argument for this card, because it only accelerates 1. You just wouldn't. The thing The acceleration attack is never a reason to play this card. The acceleration from this thing's attack is never a reason to play the card. You could come up with a different reason to play the card, but the acceleration up from Techno Turbo is never a reason to play the card. It's just like a thing that's on the card. Now, one reason to play it would be you want to play you want to play a higher HP pivot Pokemon. This does have more HP than Flying Pikachu. That would be a reason to play Miraidon. If you're like, I want to play a high HP pivot Pokemon for the reasons that I've talked about earlier against Lost Box, then that would work. Also, Rapid Draw could KO a Baby Guardy. KO Baby Guardy with Rapid Draw. You get to also draw 2 cards. You are leaving a 2-price Pokemon on your active, so that's not like a great reason to play the card, but the Techno Turbo is never a reason to play the card because it actually doesn't accelerate energy into play. Because you could just attack with a Raikou instead, and you could literally get the exact same effect. Because you can hold Stony. That's another reason to play Pikachu over Miraidon, but I'm just talking about like the pros of Miraidon specifically. I'm not trying to pit it against Flying Pikachu. I'm just talking about the pros of Miraidon. Well, I guess I was pitting it against Pikachu in the sense that you wanted a pivot Pokemon with the highest HP possible, but that is also a Lightning Pokemon. You have low HP Pokemon, so they won't leave. No, Baby Guardy can still definitely get. If you have like if I have a Bravery Charm on one of my Pokemon and they swing with a Baby Guardy, they're gonna get pretty low. I don't know if they'll get 20 HP low though. Actually, what is the that is true. If you are like bricking, you could like if you open up this thing, I guess by itself, or if you like Miraidon into this Miraidon, and then you can switch into this Miraidon, or attach active, retreat to this Miraidon, like generator for 1 to Miraidon EX retreat, then Rapid Draw for draw 2. But Miraidon's usually losing the game if you're not getting like turn 1 attacks off. So I don't know if that's a reason is good enough to play the deck. I mean, that could be a game where your opponent's also dead drawing, but that seems like a little bit too situational. Why not 4 Judge? Because most of the time you want to research turn 1. Yeah, most of the time you don't have enough outs to Squawkabilly to consistently go like Squawkabilly plus. You don't have enough outs to Squawkabilly to be able to consistently go Squawkabilly plus Judge turn 1. You just don't play enough ways to find Squawkabilly to be able to like make that a consistent game plan. I don't want Roxanne. I can see it to be honest. Well, the thing is, I don't know. I've just played turn 1. I've played turn 1 Iono a lot. I've like played Iono turn 1 a lot to just be like, well, I have to draw some cards, and then it works. Like I don't know. Yeah, I played turn 1 Iono a lot. I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that one, to be honest. But I am getting to these situations in the late game where I wish I had another research. I wish I had a research. All right, chat. Lorelai opened 1 pack of Lorcana a couple days ago and pulled a. They won't be able to see it, but an Elsa. How much do you think it's worth, chat? Without looking it up, or if you know, don't say. But Lorelai asked me to guess how much I think it's worth, and whenever Lorelai asks me this question, I always guess really high, so I'll probably get it wrong. My guess would be I was gonna say over 1,000 as well, but like I always go really high whenever Lorelai asks me that. 1,200, 1,200, 500. The Elsa is over 500, so Marco might know. How much is it worth?
It is around $800.
She said it's around 800.
I've spent $15 on the pack, and I got this card. When I pulled it, it was only 400, but it was 800.
Well, you better get rid of it then before it goes down.
Actually, I'm going to be giving it away on my stream on Sunday.
Oh, you're giving it away?
Yeah.
Oh, so if you guys want to have a chance to win Elsa, Lorelai's gonna be giving this away on the stream on Sunday.
I don't want to sell it. I only spent $15.
She said she doesn't want to sell it. It'd be more fun to give it away.
But the
Is there like hollows and non-hollows, or is it all hollow?
This is like I personally don't think that compared to all the other card games I opened, like the highest. This is the highest rarity, and it's kind of
like whatever.
It's like
All right, chat. I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna keep cramming. I'm kind of like, well, hey, we had to figure out these last couple cards first here. Hold up. Maybe I should just do a Pokegear. Because towards the end of the game, I feel like I'm just whiffing generators. Or in the mid game, I haven't gotten enough generators off to accelerate enough energy into play to be winning the game. So Arvin would guarantee a generator. Now, if I played Pokegears, more outs to research in the early game, mid game, late game. Whereas like an Arvin turn 1 is like usually pretty reasonable still. Yeah, Arvin turn 1 is still pretty reasonable, but Switch versus Switch cards? Because Switches can move my Flaffy. I live in constant fear of my Flaffy getting stuck in the active. So I play Switches instead of Switch cards. I would definitely never play only Escape Rope as a way to move a Flaffy. So I would either go to one switch card, or currently I'm just at 2 switch. Energy recovery? No. I need to find my generators first. I can't worry about recovering energy. I literally can't. My problem has been I can't find my generators. Not that yeah. Well, it's because I'm not drawing through my deck. I need to draw through my deck more. That's what I'm missing. Is I'm just missing draw power. I need draw power. Energy recovery is literally irrelevant. Energy recovery is not a thing. It's fake. I literally can't even find my. I just need draw power. I'm not worried about guaranteeing energy hits off generators. The hits are already like pretty much guaranteed. Shoes. I could see a shoe angle here. Maybe we do go the shoes route. Yeah, I could see but I'm just trying to play a research though, or just like find generators off Arvin, because I don't know if I'm trying to shoes, to be honest. I feel like my early turns are pretty consistent. Like I don't need to like dig super hard to pull. I'm trying to play a research back to back. I would rather play a research back to back than play a shoes and just hit a generator. You know what I'm saying? Senior's Resolve? No, that card's. I'd rather just like research. Arvin's okay. How about the reset research? No, because I'm not running out of researches. I'm just not finding them. Like, Palpat's not going to help me if I don't have a research in my hand and I shuffle 2 researches back in my deck and I still just go draw pass. Like, I think Pokegear's the answer. Box of Disaster? That is not helping me find research. That's not helping me see cards. Box of Disaster is definitely not the card. It's not the one. I mean, Gear seems like the best thing to add. Avery's not. It's only seeing me 3 cards. Arvin gets turn 1 Squawk and Sealstone. I mean, that is what it does. Yeah, it can do that. Yeah. I guess that's like a reason to play the Nest Ball, to be honest. You can go Arvin for, yeah. I'm not cutting a research. No, I'm not cutting a research. Maybe Serena? No, this is a bad research. Maybe. Okay. Hold up. We have had a couple hands now where I've had a bunch of boss in my hand. Ooh, maybe I'm kind of coming around on like the idea of a Serena. What am I trying to Gus a lot in this format, to be honest? Maybe I'm coming around on the Serena. Yeah, what are we Gussing in this format? Could I even do like a 2-2 split? Is that possible? Maybe I could you only need 3? No, I have 4 bosses. 4 Gust effects. I'm on 4 Gust effects. You only need 3. But see, I plan on winning the tournament, so I need 4. Serena is useless. Well, it's still, if it gusts the same stuff, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, Lugia, Tina, Arceus. What are we gusting in this format? Urshifu, that's a V. I do want to gust Guardy EX in that matchup as well. But most of the time we're gusting V Pokemon, right? Jinpao, Guardy EX, Squawk. Okay, we'll try and add that. We'll add the 1 Serena. I was thinking about maybe going to a 2-2 split, but I think that's probably incorrect. We'll do 1 Serena, 3 boss. Okay, I'm down with that. I've definitely been liking the 4 Gust effects. So I just always have the Gust effect in my hand. Okay. Dude, I never find my bravery charms though. If I go down to 2, I'm never gonna find them. I just don't exist in the deck. Luminian. I was talking about but there's just too much path in the format to want to play Luminian, to be honest. Like, Squawkabilly is a little bit different because, like, having a draw support Pokemon that is searchable by Ultra Ball, I think is very good to have. And I don't think Luminian is, like, bad. But with how much path is in the format right now, it does feel like Squawk is turn 1, right? So it's like if I go first, I'm using Squawk if I want to. I can't lose Luminian going first turn 1. If I go second, if they don't get a turn 1 path, boom, get Squawk in there, draw some cards. But as the game develops, paths are in play. It's like, well, my Luminian is just like, I can't use Luminian, right? Let me with path. Playing path doesn't mean you shouldn't play Luminian. That's not a good. Just because you play path doesn't mean you shouldn't play Luminian. That shouldn't be an automatic disqualifier of the card. But I don't think I'm gonna play Luminian here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play Luminian. But that should not be an automatic disqualifier of the card just because you play path. We could just do 1 Pokegear. Maybe, I don't know. I've been digging the 3 Bravery Charm because I find it more often, but they actually haven't been that impactful in general. So maybe 2 is enough. Maybe that will be enough to, like... I just want to see research more often, man. I just want to see more researches. Okay, we're cooking it. I'm digging it. I can see 15th basic lightning as well. Yeah, it's time for me to go get my lunch, though, chat. I'll be right back. We're making some progress, though, on the build. I'll be right back. All right, chat, give me one more second. I just need to go talk to Lorelai real fast. All right, chat, I'm back. It's a little bit longer than I thought I'd be away, dude. I'm feeling good today. I don't know what it is. I started getting back. I think part of it might be I took a little break from like working out off, but I got it back to working out this week finally after being sick like the last 2 weeks or however long it was. Too long, however long it was. And yeah, I'm feeling good this week. Feeling good today. Um, I probably had part of what to do with it. Getting back to working out has been good. Um, do I want to go first? Yes. What's up, Davis? Appreciate it. See, like this. Well, this hand I don't know. We might just research depending on the matchup. But yeah, we're gonna research. Like Oh, I'm going first. Never mind. Um, damn, we got nothing here, man. Okay, hold up. Chill out, calm down. I don't think I'm bossing anything, right? I am gonna throw out a path at the end of this turn. I think I am gonna Raikou here as well. Miraidon. Oh, I could have got Billy there, right? I could have got Billy there. I didn't actually think about the Billy, to be honest. I wasn't, to be honest, yeah, I wasn't thinking Billy there. I wasn't thinking Billy. Maybe I should have been thinking Billy. Gotta think big picture. Gotta think Billy. Ooh, okay. The energy is what I wanted there, too. I honestly probably should have kept the boss over the Iono, to be honest there. I don't know. At least was a Billy hand, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't really consider the Billy, but I don't know if I would have, to be honest. Yeah, is the Vac good at all for the mirror or turn one path? I mean, you're just not gonna have it on the first turn, though. That's why I don't like it. You're just not gonna have it. Now, I don't hate it though, because sometimes you will have it, obviously. But it's good for the mirror match to get rid of Bravery Charm, to be honest. So I don't hate the idea of a vacuum. There's no meta where I would ever consider a 1/1 Magnezone V-Star. If Lost Zone decks are that popular, you just shouldn't be playing Miraidon. When people were playing Magnezone in this deck previously, they were just trolling. If your goal is to win, see, I always play with if you're stuck on playing Miraidon, there's a point where you'd probably add the Magnezone back in, but you go first or second with Miraidon. I've been going first, but there's definitely matches where you'd want to go second. But even like mirror match, I don't think I really want to go second to mirror because I'm gonna get turn one path. I'd rather go first in mirror for sure. It's like I'd go first in mirror. I would go first. Oh, we were gonna talk about that yesterday. We could talk about that today, to be honest. Yeah, we could talk about that today, to be honest. Going first versus second. Like all the matches where we'd want to go first versus second. We're cooking, man. I'm kind of like tempted to get an Ultra Ball here. I think I might do it because I like accelerating energy into play is just so important. Like, yeah, accelerating energy into play here is just so good. Like, incredible. It does burn my Seal Stone, so I'm not 100% confident this is the correct play, but I don't know. Not whiffing energy attachments is just pretty cool. Repath them, swing. Yeah, so going first, I go first in mirror for sure. Yeah, we have to like. Well, let's walk through all the matchups and see if what we go first and versus. We'll discuss what we go first and second against. But he was prized anyways. No, it wasn't. I just discarded him. Oh, you think it was prized because I used Miraidon, but Miraidon can't find other Pokemon. First versus anything with path. Is Billy too much of a liability if you open it via the benefit of having turn one? I didn't even respond to your question yet. Are you talking to me, Bale, or are you talking to 19? No, it's not too much of a liability. What do you mean if you open it? Like, open it as your starter? I would actually maybe grab... Serena doesn't... Serena might not do nothing later. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the Serena. I'm gonna discard it. It's fine. Dude, they're cooked. Go through the deck as much as possible. A whole bunch of nothing. I am gonna attach one to this now. Oh, I gotta use this first. The value of a card versus the benefit of having it. The benefit of no, there definitely is a yeah. Billy outvalues its potential detriments. One thing to think about in general with like Billy in this deck, one thing to think about in general, is in some decks a card is too much of a liability to want to play it. A good example of that would be, I think, like Luminion in I don't know, I actually can't think of a deck where Luminion is like a huge liability. Also, you want to think about like the potential that it gives your deck as well, right? Because wait, when did they get rid of my path? Sometimes in Lugia? No, but like the benefit, yeah, but simply like the benefit. Well, like Billy is all right. So Squawkabilly is technically a liability in Miraidon. Luminion is technically a liability in Luminion is technically a liability in and sorry, I'm thinking through this play right now. Luminion is technically a liability in Lugia, but not to the point where it's a detriment. Like your win rate, basically what you want to think about is like, does my win rate go up when I play this card? If the answer is yes, you should play the card. If your win rate goes down when you play the card, you shouldn't play the card. The value that Squawkabilly gives you for just added consistency to your deck to make sure you're doing something turn one, which is like the point of playing stuff like Luminion and Gardevoir. You don't really want to bench Luminion and Gardevoir. You do play it. You don't really want to bench it, but the amount of games that it turns from unplayable or way too slow of starts into wins for Gardevoir, at least Tord thinks it's correct to play. But then you look at like the Australians lists, and the Australian players don't play the Luminion, right? So Tord thinks my win percentage goes up when I play. My win percentage goes up when I play the Luminion. So that's all. That's all. The only question you want to ask yourself is, do I think my win percentage goes up when I play this card? And you could. It's really hard, but the problem is it's really hard to play enough games to actually be able to figure that out by just playing a ton of games and then being like, my win rate, like I played 1,000 games, my win rate was X without Luminion. I added Luminion and my win rate became Y. Which one's greater, right? But you can't really play, and like, because of the RNG in Pokemon, a sample size of like 10 really isn't enough, to be honest, but yeah. Yeah, the only thing that matters at the end of the day is the win rate. Irrelevant if a card is a liability or not. So if you were like playing Lost Box and you played Luminion and 10 out of 10 games where you put the Luminion in play you lost, it's probably too much of a liability to want to play it, right? But let's say you add Luminion to Lost Box and out of 10 games where you put Luminion in play, you lose 4, but you win 6. And more importantly, the 6 you win, you would have lost without Luminion. At that point, the Luminion probably becomes worth it, right? Yeah, so you just have to it has to be justified. It's like, is it better to just like not play the card, just because like because if you always put the card in play, if you lose every game you put the card in play, then it's probably better that that card is something else to increase your consistency than a Luminion. Like if I'm playing Lost Box and I add Luminion, and the 10 games that you put Luminion in play, the first 10 games that I put Luminion in play, I lose all of them. And it seems pretty obvious that every time I put Luminion in play, I just lose. Well, it's like, okay, well, one of the reasons I put the Luminion in play when I did is because I just drew into it, and I was like, I need this to get a Colress because I'm out of ways to get Colress. But what if that card was instead a Pokegear or another Switch card? Because then I could use another Comfey, or the Pokegear could find me the Colress, and I don't have to put the liability of the Luminion in play. Then maybe you try out one of those cards instead to try and extend your turn to finding Colress. Yeah. Dude, I want my was a hair in my food, bro. What the fuck? What was I cooking with yesterday? At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the win rate. But like getting to the point where you can determine whether your win rate got increased or decreased is hard, and you don't actually have enough time to literally test everything. So a lot of it has to come from your experience in the game. Like you can't test every single variation of Lost Box, right? So you have to like be like, okay, some things are good, some things are bad. Just based on theory, I think this card is good, so I'm gonna include it last minute into my deck, which is like fine to do, but it like, yeah, you like it's impossible. Like, I would actually really be curious to know how much other top players play, because like I personally play 0 games of like try hard testing before tournament, like until I get to the tournament. So like me playing these games on ladder and stuff, there is value in that. But if I was just like to sit down with Caleb and play 8 hours a day every single day, there would be so much more value to gain out of that. So I wonder, like, specifically, like, the players I'd be interested in knowing how much they play the game would be, like, Tord and then the Australian group. How much Pokemon do they actually play? Like, try hard testing. I'm curious, like, I'm curious where I'm at, like, in how much they play versus how much I play of try hard testing. Because there's so much more value to play in one game of try hard testing than there's in multiple ladder games, so. Yeah, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the win rate. And that's why, Tor doesn't test IRL, he grinds ladder. Really? Like, just like right now, Tord is maybe grinding ladder on a Smurf account. That he at least used to play a lot online. Because I think there would be so much more value from, like, I think there'd be more value in Tord playing against himself than playing on PTCG Live ladder. But it's a lot harder to get into the mental state to want to play against yourself for sure. Like, I think the best testing I think you can get is in like a testing group with like-minded players who are of ideally like equal or better caliber. That's like where the best testing happens. But I mean, Pokemon isn't like a full-time thing, right? If Pokemon ever was a full-time thing, then you could theoretically do that. But like Pokemon's not a full-time thing, right? So you can't commit 8 hours a day to just like grinding with your testing group. Oh no, I want to like do the matchup breakdown real fast for this. But if you could, I mean, I'll consider it. It comes down to preference too, right? No, the best value testing you could get would be like testing with real people and like talking about games and plays. It's definitely a higher value testing than playing on PTCG Live Ladder for sure. You can still like if you're a really good player, you can still look at this is like something that is a really good skill for a lot of people to learn because a lot of people's main source of playing Pokemon is PTCG Live Ladder. You want to be able to look at a game and be like, I won this game, but my opponent misplayed, so it should have been a loss. I won this game, but my opponent misplayed, so it should have been a loss. I lost this game, but I misplayed, so it should have been a win. Or maybe a game like this game resolved. This seemed to be resolved reasonably well. So this was like the result that it was is actually what it was supposed to be. But because you want to be able to actually try and find like a deck's true win percentage. Because if your goal is to just try and win as much as possible, when you show up to a tournament, if every lost Tina player you played against on ladder was throwing, and you think your win percentage against Tina is 60-40, when it's actually 70-30 in their favor, you won't know that if you're not trying to be a little bit more objective about your testing on the ladder. And then you hit like a good lost Tina player, and they literally just destroy you. Because you wouldn't have played your deck into like Pittsburgh Regional specifically if you knew you had a bad lost Tina matchup, but you weren't being objective about how the testing was going online. And if you just like tried to be a little bit more objective, because a lot of people look at like a lot of people will be like, oh, I have like a 60% win rate against that. It's like, no, you do have a 60% win rate with your deck against players who are misplaying, which is true. That's not true. Your win rate with that deck is 60% in a certain matchup. But what you really want to find is what is that matchup's win percentage truly? Because at some point, if your goal is to win a tournament, you're going to have to go through players who aren't misplaying, or at least not misplaying as much, and then actually win the tournament. But if you're running your win percentages on what they actually are on like PTCG Live ladders and locals and stuff, you're getting like skewed results. So at the end of the day, could come back to bite you when you're more confident in your deck into the meta than you actually should be. Because two of the top decks in the meta you feel like you're favored against when actually you're unfavored against. But it's just like you're playing against a bunch of people who are throwing. So, do you ever use Trainer Hill to look at deck win rates and matchups? Yeah, sometimes. So, how many meals per day do you eat, and what are you eating at? What are you eating at each meal, bro? I'm not a fitness channel. A fitness channel yet. I eat 3 times a day. I do like intermittent fasting or whatever. I eat from like roughly 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Um, and then my meals are either yogurt and fruit, Greek yogurt and fruit. What I'm eating right now is a salad with ground turkey and potatoes, and then the third meal, and then turkey sandwich is another meal. There's only 4 meals that I eat throughout the week regularly because I just like to have like the same meals every week because it just makes things easier and simpler. I don't have to like think too hard. And then I also do like a bean salad with ground turkey. It's like black beans, pinto beans, cucumbers, tomato, onions, red onions, and then ground turkey, avocado, feta. Yeah. Do you eat snacks between meals? No. 'Cause, like I don't get hungry in between meals anymore because my eating window is so small. It's like an 8 hour, 9 hour eating window. My eating window is so small, I don't get hungry in between meals anymore like I used to. So it's like by the time I'm hungry again, I have my next meal, and then by the time I'm hungry again, I have my next meal, and then by then I'm going to bed, so I'm not hungry before I go to bed, and then small eating window is a good strat for sure. Yeah. What is my fitness goal? Currently I'm cutting. And then as far as like working out goes, my goal is to be working out every single day. I lift 4 times a week and then I run 3 times a week. It's hard with like traveling schedule, and then like the last 2 weeks I've been sick, so I've literally been doing nothing. But I've literally been doing nothing the last 2 weeks as far as like working out goes. But I started working out again on Monday. I did legs this morning, and then I'm gonna run tomorrow, and then I leave for Pittsburgh on literally Friday morning. So, but then I get like there's like a nice break between Pittsburgh and Peoria. There's like a 1 month break to just kind of let me get into the zone for like a whole month, and just get back to grinding on everything. Working out in the morning, yeah, working out in the morning is definitely a buff for sure. I'm a huge I started doing it only like the last month or so, working out in the morning, and it's definitely like the play for sure. All right, so let's quickly break down. Let me get my notepad. So first versus second. We're going first versus second. With Miraidon. Alright, so the first deck is Gardevoir. Against Gardevoir, I would assume you would want to go first. But the more I've thought about it, I don't hate the idea of going second against Gardevoir. Get a turn 1 knockout with a Raikou, and then also you don't give them a draw supporter to help them set up. I don't know. Gardevoir's pretty good at getting like basic Pokemon in play, and if more people are playing like the Mirage Step Curly, I guess that's a little bit less relevant. But if they're like taking 2 turns to set up, I don't know. That one I'm a little bit unsure on, but I'm assuming you want to go first against Guardy. Against Lost Tina. I assume you also want to go first against Lost Tina because you want to avoid the path. You don't want him to like path you turn 1, so you definitely want to go first against Lost Tina. Have you found any difference in how you feel at big tourneys regionally since you started working out? I definitely feel better overall. And a big thing with all that working out is like one of the pieces. The biggest thing you can do for feeling better and feeling healthier and being healthier is getting on a sleep schedule, a good sleep schedule. That's the number one most important thing to do. That had the biggest impact on my physical, mental health in general, was just getting on a good sleep schedule. That's the number one most important thing everyone should do in their life, is get on a routine sleep schedule. Mirror match, same thing. We want to open up path and turn 1 path them. We don't want to get turn 1 path, so we want to go first in mirror. All right, good night, bailout. Lost zone box. Honestly, this is another one where I feel like going second wouldn't be bad. Like Turbo Lost Zone box. We should probably go first though. I think I have negative win rate except for Mew. I think it's wins over games, not wins over losses, right? Ties are being added. It's wins over games, not wins over losses. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that, but someone mentioned to me about Limitless once. Is that like the way that it's calculated is wins over? We could just do the math though, right? I could be wrong. That's correct. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Yeah, triple loss box. To be honest, if you go first or second, I don't think it matters. Like, I think they're just both fine. But very few have a. I mean, that's what makes sense though, because it's wins over. Oh no, this proves it right here, right? It's 63 wins to 60 losses, but it has a negative win rate. That's because it's wins over. It's wins over games, not wins over losses. It's wins over games, and the total amount of games played is like it's wins over losses and ties, which then makes sense. Um, Honestly, Lost Zone box feels like you should probably. I don't. This one I don't know if it matters. I'm just gonna put it in the middle on my chart here. Yeah, I honestly, this one, I don't think it matters if you go first or second against Lost Zone box. Like, I'm not saying you're just like definitely favored. It just feels like it doesn't matter. Like, there's benefits to going first and benefits to going second, and they're like even. There probably is truly a best one, but I don't know, to be honest. Against Lugia, this one's actually interesting. I actually think it's better to go second against Lugia. Because if basically Lugia wins the prize trade if they set up. They just win. So you need to like have them have a slower turn one. But if you go first, you do get to like path judge them. Where it's like path judging them if you go second is a lot harder. But yeah, I think against Lugia you do want to go second. That's my experience with that matchup. Is like as a Lugia player, I feel like I want to go second, which means then the Miraidon player should go second. Like as Lugia, I would choose to go second if I knew it was up against Miraidon. Because you want that draw supporter to work with to like establish your board. Because if you just set up, you just win as Lugia. So Judge going first. Well, you go first, then Lugia goes, and then you get to go Judge Path on the next turn. But it's a lot harder to Judge Path turn one going second. Urshifu. You probably should go first against Urshifu, right? Yeah. Oops. Yeah, you should go first. Although they do like the supporter to set up, but I don't think it's a bad matchup. Well, this would actually maybe if Rapid Strike's a bad matchup, then I would say you maybe do want to go second because then they don't get the supporter and then they're less likely to set up. I actually don't even know if it is a bad matchup because they can't really take advantage of Gmax Rapid Flow, and you do have a way to one hit KO an Urshifu. So I would have to play the matchup, but I'm gonna say going first is fine. Um, Chi and Pao, you go first for sure. Because you don't need to get... They can't do anything turn 1, so... You just want the extra turn to maybe like pull off a turn 2 boss attack or something. They attack with first attack on RCV max? No, I know they do. That's why I'm saying if they're just trading back and forth, like I knock out your Intelli MV, you Urshifu KO me, I could still want to knock you out with Raichu potentially on the following turn or something like that. So Charizard. Probably go first, but I haven't played it enough. And then Mew, you want to go second. But do you want to go second for sure? Let me think about that. Sajin chose to go second against me at Worlds. I think you go second as against Mew. Although with the path build, maybe you do go first because you just turn 1 path. I'm actually not sure about this one. With the path build, I'm not sure. Go first, turn 1 path, that's cool. Go to second, turn 1 attack. Plus path. If we go first, we can still get a first knockout. I mean, it depends on how, like, annoying it is to deal with, like, that turn 1 Meloetta. I'm unsure about... Yeah, it depends how annoying turn 1 Meloetta is, to be honest. I'm gonna go ahead and put under Mew that we want to go second. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that under Mew that we want to go second. Did you also have Drapion? Yeah, so going second with Drapion sounds a lot better, to be honest. The state of PTCG Live has improved a lot, but is still a overall disappointment and has a lot to work on to actually be good. Arctina, we definitely want to go first. Also include Arctina here because it's... I'd put Arctina in my tier list just to shit on it. Okay, so we want to go second against Lugia and Mew. We don't care. I'm unsure, so don't care about what we go first or second versus Lost Box. And then we want to go first against Guardy, Lost Tina, Miraidon, Rapid Strike, Chien-Pao, Charizard, Arctina. So we want to go first overall. Yeah, so if it's a blind matchup, we're choosing to go first for sure. Artina's fallen hard times. Yeah, the deck sucks now. So going in blind, we definitely choose to go first. When we're unsure. I'll probably do so. What was the one we did yesterday again? Oh yeah, we did like Zero Aura. We should do... I like doing that actually, like sitting here and breaking it all down. Because that's something I would do a lot more of if I had time, but I spend all my time like streaming and creating content or traveling for tournaments. So like I may as well just do this stuff on stream when something comes up like that. We can just like go look at the matchups. We can go like a little bit deeper like I did against it. I didn't put the meta percentages for this one because it's just not relevant because of how lopsided it is. Like meta percentages don't matter for that one. But we can go a little bit deeper and put meta percentages because like it's possible we want to go second against 3 decks and want to go first against 5 decks, but the 3 decks could make up 52% of the meta. And at that point, going in blind, we'd actually choose to go second. Azul spending all these hours playing and thinking about, well, I just like the process. I'm not going to play Miraidon on Pittsburgh. But I just like the process of refining and coming up with like better and newer ways to refine, to like better your process is like important. I mean, I shouldn't say no, because like at the end of the day, when me and my group do our spreadsheet, if Miraidon somehow wins the spreadsheet, I'll probably play Miraidon, to be honest. I don't want to play Miraidon though. Miraidon. Yeah, I'm not trying to like go out of my way to play Miraidon for sure. It's funny though. I am putting in a lot of work on it to most likely not play it. Miraidon winning the spreadsheet is possible if Mew and Guardy ever go down. Yeah, possible. They haven't been though. They've been cooking. I mean, I guess we're just selling for knockout in the active, right? We get squawky with it? Not yet, right? Dude, I'm just... I'm the cook, okay? I don't know. I don't have to bench the Billy there, right? I probably shouldn't have, to be honest. I'm going to use it now, though. I didn't bench this Billy for nothing. Well, I do want to find a path, though, actually. So actually using Billy here makes sense. I'll thin out this... I don't know. The drop power from Raikou can sometimes come up, though, to be honest. Yeah, I do want to find a path here, so we should definitely use Billy here. No, benching Billy's probably correct because of how important finding path is here. And I whiffed. Let's go. I love it. All right, more energy. Let's go. Wait, hold on. We're not done yet. I should have done the Pokegear before I did the generator, and then I should have followed up with Fleet-Footed at the end of it all. Path every time. The stream is a tool for meta manipulation? True. When's the newest meta tournament? How do you determine what is meta? I mean, you should have some rough idea of what seemed to be the more popular decks. We haven't had like a major meta shift in a long time where you're like truly guessing. And usually that comes with sometimes a big set release, but more often than not, that comes with rotation. Like once rotation hits, a lot of stuff has to be tried out again and trial and errored. Dude, you're so lucky. It's insane. But then that kind of sets the baseline. After rotation, a baseline will be set, and then the kind of the meta develops and builds off of that from there on out. How do I win? What is winning? I think I knocked this out. Oh, there's the... Dude, come on, bro. I think I just like go path research here. And then knock this out with Raichu. They didn't have anything else, so I don't really want to... It does take all of my energy to get this KO, though. This is an expensive knockout. Big time investments. I don't know if this is worth it, to be honest. But what else would I have done? What else would I have done? I could have just like punched the active with Raikou, right? And then if they have another boss, I probably just lose at that point. They're too far ahead. Which deck has more success against Lost Zone Tino? Guardian Miraidon? I don't know. Probably Miraidon. Dude, you're so lucky. Help, my opponent is a sack. I can't even win. I just lose. Unless that Colress was really bad. Oh, what the heck? Oh, how was the Colress that bad, bro? No way. Dude, there's no way it was that bad. That's actually insane. I have 2 energy left in the deck. Dude, this has actually come up so much though. The tool card on the peak. I'm running out of energy though. I'm just attacking with Raikou for the knockout, right? I actually want to like save this energy attachment. There's so few energy left. I just want to go like path knockout. Ooh. I should use this. Okay, expected. Now I kind of want to research because I have 2 energy left. They might not be in here, of course. Okay, they are in here. Yeah, now I want to go path research. Because now I don't need to like save those energies for the generator to hit because the generator whipped, so. Oh, he really can boss my Flaffy and trap it. Do you ever go for benching the double Mareep? I wanted to, I just didn't have bench space for it. Because I needed Billy, Miraidon. I need the dude. They don't. Why do they always have this stadium, man? All right, I just concede. I just concede. Do I have a Raikou left? No. Would I be correct around a rod to bring back energies? No, it's probably too situational. You have to find the rod once you have energy in your discard pile, and then use it, and then also find a generator afterwards. We're like not seeing that many cards with this deck usually. I've just played a research every single turn this game. I maybe should have played a hand disruption. Like, could I have played a hand disruption supporter this turn? I don't think so, right? Because I played core, so they did something. Yeah, was there? Could I have played a hand disruption supporter this turn? I think I should have if I could have, because they played chorus, and even though they didn't get out anything on that turn, doesn't mean they didn't have anything. All right, we're cooked. Concede. Any thought of using Force Shield on to get boss to kill the Rainsard? Not really. I kind of felt like if they had an out to path to the peak, they win anyways. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think if they have a path to the peak, they win anyways. If they have a bump to my path to the peak, they win anyways. So I wasn't really considering it, to be honest. But if I could have got a disruption supporter there, I probably should have, to be honest. Yeah, I probably should have. Did I have the Force Shield on before or after the research? Could I have actually used Force Shield on to get an Iona? I don't actually remember. That might have been a misplay, to be honest. I wasn't really paying attention. Wait, but Iona wouldn't have done anything there. I would have had to have Judge, because Iona Iona would have just helped them based on their last draw. I never want Iona there, but maybe Judge. Boss scale, the ratings are was also something to think about there. But my thought process was if they can bump Path, they probably have access to Arceus V-Star. And then that just becomes a Charizard and I lose anyways. So it didn't seem worth the boss. Yo, appreciate the 5 gifted there, J Car. Appreciate the support as always. Welcome to the pack. Make love, Daniel, Logan, and Lexine. Appreciate it a ton, J Car. Welcome to the pack. Back to the pack. We're all out of maps. We got plenty of turtles. Dude, my only problem with salads is it takes so long to eat. That's my problem. One of my problems with salads. It takes so long to eat the thing. It's so big.
Seems like almost good. We're close. Taking long to eat salads is good though. I mean, it's not like bad, I guess, but well, I would like to top something that's not a lightning energy, so I think we just go all out on these. Doesn't feel great, but nice. Wait, I can do this. The fast charge, baby. Let's go. You don't see that every day. I should have maybe attached this active. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. You can slowly eat, helps you eat less. Yeah, but I'm already pretty good at following my diet. It just takes a while. Helps with digestion. That's true as well, I guess. The reason we play Peak is for the Raichu Pika collab. Zera ain't the same. True. That actually is true. A different vibe. It definitely gives a different vibe. No, Zeraora is not it. Isn't the Pikachu EX better? What are the Pikachu EX's attacks? Because of the life? What do you mean because of the life? Yeah, if I attached there last turn, that would have been good. I mean, I honestly should just like concede. We should just concede and go next. I don't know. Feels kind of like a waste of time to go through this full game. Dude, I want them so bad. Now that I've actually like thought about it and like they should just do this, I just want them to randomly give you your prize card. Why is it making me pick a prize card? I actually hate that so much. Actually, it pisses me off. Like, just let me just randomly give me a prize card. I don't need to pick the prize card. You can do it for me. I'm okay with that. Yeah, Pikachu EX sucks. Doesn't have a good attack. It's got that Pika Punch though. No, but if like, all right, but if like you play Peonia or something, then it should like prompt you to pick a prize card then. But if I haven't interacted with my prize cards at all, then it should just give them to me at random. 100%. I want it to give me the prize cards at random so bad. I hate that it makes me pick up. It would just make everything smoother. I don't know why it's out here making me pick prize cards. I don't want to pick prize cards. Pick it for me. It's fine. We'll be okay. Some people like to pick. Well, they don't get to pick anymore. They don't get to trade anymore. We can take away their picking. I don't care if someone likes to pick, bro. Just make it faster and smoother. That's just like, I don't care. Yeah, who cares if someone likes to pick, bro? You want people. This has nothing to do with like people who play Pokemon. We want people who have never played a game of Pokemon before to pick up PTCG Live, and for it to have them have a fun, fast, enjoyable experience. And removing picking your prize cards will just make things faster and smoother. Gets them playing the game more. And yeah, who cares about players who are playing the game, bro? We want people who haven't played the game before to be playing the game. I don't care about you. If you've been playing the game the last couple of years, who cares, bro? I want little Timmy, who has never played the game before, to pick up PTCG Live and enjoy playing the game. It would make it a better experience if you just get a prize. Why is it making you go through this process of like double selecting a prize card when it could just give me a random prize card to my hand? They can add an option. No, it shouldn't even be an option. If you haven't interacted with your prize cards, it should be forced that they should just draw them randomly for you, or just draw them in order for you. Just like, ooh, no, let's do it. Who cares? Yeah, if you haven't interacted with your prize cards, it should just draw them for you. It shouldn't be an option. It should just be like right to your hand. Maybe as they come into your hand, they glow for a second or something to let you know that those are the prize cards. Like that would be fine, but just make it faster and smoother is what we want. We want the gameplay to be quick and what's it called? Quick and intuitive. Just like snappy. We want things moving. People have no attention spans these days. We got to keep up. I can't even check how many in their Lawson right now. I'm like tempted to send them the Mareep. All right, roughly how many do they have in their Lawson? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They played that 7, 8. I don't think they're at 10 yet. Like, I'm not trying to get like Dragonited or something. But I can't check. I can't check how many they have in their Lawson. Oh, I was right. I counted 8. I should at least take the last prize card automatically. Take all of them automatically. Let's get them. Come on. Keep them coming. Get all the prize cards in here. Grammy. Okay, that's fine. Ever play supporter that's not research here? I don't think so. I wonder if I should ever send a Raikou first. I don't think so. So I do need Raichu. Probably just thin both these out of the deck. I want to put another one prizer in play at this point. See, this is why Pikachu's good. In like the Lost Zone matchup. If this was a Zero Aura, my opponent could be at 3 prize cards, and I could have been using this pivot the whole time. And now my opponent's like, okay, now Sableye the Zero Aura, and then just go for one final knockout to win the game. But because it's not Zero Aura, they have to go through more HP. This is, like, the Pikachu has felt so good in the Lost Zone matchup. It's not always been a factor every single game, but yeah, it's felt so good. What if they knock out my Raikou with Raikou? I should have to get the Raichu set up still. That's fine, yeah. You can counter that with Bravery Charm. Yeah, but you don't have your Bravery Charm on your other guys. It's like a free Bravery Charm. Ooh. Wait, that sucks. Okay, this stops the knockout with a Raikou. It doesn't stop the Dragonite knockout. I guess I just have to play into the Dragonite knockout. Then Path. Punch. Also, small benefit is Forest Seal Stone. Yeah, small benefit. I don't know. My Forest Seal Stone literally always ends up on my Pikachu. So I say small benefit, but it's literally always there. If my opponent cuts my deck more than once after a shuffle, I get a last cut, right? Yeah. If your opponent shuffles your deck, you can cut it back once if you want, and then your opponent cannot interact with it anymore. Doing anything more than just one cut of your opponent's deck is considered a shuffle. Anything more than a single cut from a player is considered a shuffle. If your opponent shuffles your deck, you're allowed to cut it once yourself back. At a real tournament, you should have to close your eyes and spin around 3 times before you pick your prize cards. I'm down with that. I think that'd be fair. What is Madge? It's a emote. You need better Twitch TV to see it though. To see the better Twitch TV turns words into emotes that aren't already emotes. It's like a Chrome extension you need to download. I think we should normalize picking prize cards in any order despite it being sus or not. I want to pick 1, 4, 5, 2, 4, 3, 6. You can, but it's sus. You can't until everyone agrees, and that doesn't work because you'd have to have everyone agree to never like. The reason that doesn't work is because cheaters exist. So you somehow have to like make everyone agree to like never like you'd have to have like be able to confirm that no one would ever cheat. If you do that, then you could do that. That's all I own of them. They have a 5-card hand, make it a 3-card hand. To make that work, to normalize drawing your prize cards out of order, you'd first have to like completely remove cheating as being a potential for something. If you can do that, then it could work. Is Flying Pikachu V ever used to attack? Yeah. Like in like dire situations, we attack with it. Or panicking. Why are we winning this matchup? Because they just stopped doing stuff after like turn. Because they play 3 Clara. Actually, I figured out why. They play 3 Clara. That's why we're winning. Because this is actually Sablezard. I told you guys this deck sucks. Sablezard is a terrible deck. Actually, that means we could still lose this game though, because it is Sablezard. This is actually still losable because it is Sablezard. They could go Zard this turn and then Zard next turn, and then I lose. I honestly just assumed that this was I should assume this was like Lost Box. But yeah, we're winning because they play 3 Clara. That's why. There's no way 3 Clara is the move. Could it be? Nah. It could be though. So we just win, right? The active with Raikou, attach energy to Miraidon. They have no way to draw a 4 prize 3 card. Actually, hold up. They actually could. Oh shoot, it's about to go crazy. They could go Collapse Stadium. Or no, bump their Collapse Stadium, Echoing Horn by Marie. Dude, that's so cringe if they have that. Okay. I don't think I have an out to it. I have a Pokemon. No, I don't have a Pokemon left. Dude. That's 13 counters? Oh, really? Alright, never mind. Hawlucha. Possible. Alright. Yeah, so they can have Bump, Hawlucha. They can have Stadium Bump, Echoing Horn, Hawlucha, Sableye. Possible. The cards all exist in the format. How much if that switch was a switch card? True. If cheating picking random prizes, why has Pokemon Company made it a rule you have to pick in 1, 2, 3? If cheating picking random prize cards, why is Pokemon? Why is the wait? What are you saying, Ninja Daniel? Sorry, Bravery Charm the Mareep. Doesn't it Bravery Charm Mareep still die to a? Bravery Charm Mareep still dies to everything. What do you mean? Oh, against like Greninja specifically? If cheating picking prize. Oh, you're asking. Okay, I got what you're asking. You're asking if you can cheat by picking your prize cards out of order. If you can cheat by picking your prize cards out of order, then why has Pokemon not made it a rule? I mean, it's easier to cheat with a coin than with a die, but like, I mean, that's just because it's just like not relevant. It's just like. That's not what they're saying, Bella. They're saying if you can cheat by drawing prize cards out of order, but then it sounds like you're trying to make the statement that it's not cheating because they haven't made a rule to stop it. Unless you're just asking the question. I don't know if you're trying to make like a combative statement or you're just asking the question. I don't know why. I think it would be such a. The thing is like It's such a hard rule to enforce. That's the problem. It would be such a ridiculously hard rule to enforce, to be honest. It would be such a ridiculously hard rule to enforce. That's the problem, I think. Yeah, it would be such a ridiculously hard rule to enforce, to like force people to draw the prize cards in order. I was also winning into a League Cup tournament because I decided to be funny and take my prize cards out of order, and if I win, I mean, it doesn't matter. You could have like the exact opposite happen, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter when you. It doesn't actually matter if you draw your prize cards out of order, but the only reason to potentially draw your prize cards out of, because like, all right, so the thing is just like the logical. All right, so the first thing is the logical way to draw your prize cards is in order, because it's hard. You have to go more out of your way to get the further prize cards away from you. So logically, it makes sense to draw the prize cards that are closest to you. As you progress through it, because like logically, like, if like the example I've given is like if you're sitting at a table and you drop your deck on the table, you're not going to reach for the cards furthest away from you when you go to pick them up. You're going to reach for the cards closest to you, right? So logically, it makes sense to draw your prize cards in terms of what's closest to you. So that would be the logical order to draw your prize cards. So then theoretically, the only reason to break that logic would be if you're trying to gain an advantage. Because you know what some of your prize cards are, and you haven't interacted. So if your prize cards are truly random, then you shouldn't draw your prize cards out of order, if that makes sense. Because then at that point, the only thing you could be doing, or probably would be doing, would be cheating. A lot of people draw their prize cards out of order just cause, but all it does is make you look like you're maybe cheating. So you just shouldn't draw your prize cards out of order. It isn't a rule though. I was wondering if it issues picking up prize cards, why not a rule? I mean, I don't see why it actually, honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't care that it's not a rule personally, even though I'm highly fast charge. I could have fast charged. That actually probably was correct, to be honest. I don't think it should be a rule to have to lay out your prize cards in a certain way and then draw them in a certain order. Because I don't like, rules like that are just so tedious. But I think it's good to get the information out there that, hey, if you draw your prize cards out of order, it does just make you look suspicious. So either you're cheating, either you are cheating, or it just makes you look like you're cheating. So why would you want to look like you're cheating? And when it truly doesn't matter, because if your prize cards are truly random, it doesn't matter which one you draw. Theoretically, you should just draw them in order to make it not look like you're cheating. People in my locals get warnings for picking prize cards in uncommon order to minimize cheating. I don't think that's a bad thing to be. I don't know. Should you get a warning? I don't know if you should get a warning because it's not against the rules. It's not against the rules. So I don't know. Should you get like some kind of penalty? I don't know if you should get some kind of official penalty. I guess if Pokemon came, but the thing is, if you, yeah, the reason it would get weird is because not only would they have to, if they made a rule that you have to draw your prize cards in order, you would also have to make a rule being like, this is the order you have to lay out your prize cards in, right? I don't know. That's just, and at that point in my head, that just seems like too tedious and like unnecessary. I think just getting the information out there that it looks suspicious if you draw your prize cards out of order. Feel free to do it if you want to look suspicious. But if I ever play against someone and they draw the prize cards out of order, I'm suspicious of them immediately because it makes no sense to do that. So I'm suspicious of anyone who does draw their prize cards out of order. I think it's fair to be because there's literally no reason to do it. The only reason to do it would be to try and gain an advantage and cheat. So I think I don't think they really need to enforce anything because if you enforced having to draw your prize cards in order, you have to enforce a way that you have to lay your prize cards out. It just gets too tedious at that point, I think. I think it's just fine to like just get the information out there of what it means when you do these things, and that's like good enough. It's a good turn to use Judge, right? I'll go with the Judge. That seems fine. Oh, I don't know what would have drawn me. Well, it would have given them more cards. I don't want to give them more cards. Yeah, I'm not feeling like... Dude, I should have used Fast Charge. Dude, the Fast Charge would have been so good. This is so bad. Oh, no. But if actually, it wouldn't have mattered if I had Fast Charge there because I whiffed the generator anyways. Oh, no, but I could have attacked with Dynamic Spark. Dude, that's terrible. Terrible things. Terrible sight to see. It would definitely make me want to deck check someone if I was judging. Yeah, exactly, right? And I think that's fair. I think it's fine to not have a rule to enforce. It's fine to not have a rule to enforce people to have to draw their prize cards in a certain way, which would then also lead to having a rule that has to force them to lay them out in a certain way because you have to lay them out in the way that they'd want to be drawn. I think it's fine to not have those rules. That seems like way too tedious. But then it's also fair that when you play up against someone who draws their prize cards out of order, or people who draw their prize cards out of order, should get increased suspicion about them because it just looks like you're cheating. So, like, yeah. I think the important thing is just to get the information out there and let players know that it's sus to draw your prize cards out of order. I think that's like the thing to get out there, and it's like you shouldn't do it. Here's why you shouldn't do it. And then what you choose to do with that information, if you choose to continue to draw your prize cards out of order, then I mean, sure, whatever. That's on you at that point. If you really want to, you got it. Yeah. Yeah, I think just getting the information out there and just making it like that is just the best thing to do. Maybe a stack of 6 cards counted by a die to display the amount of prize cards left. No, you definitely. Well, see, once again, I feel like that just gets. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to what they're doing. I think it gets too tedious once again. Like, I feel like that just like doing stuff like that still gets like too tedious. They could only enforce such a rule as soon as all prize card determinators like Peony are out of the format. Well, no, it would just become if you've interacted with your prize cards, you could draw them out of order. If they did make that rule, they would just say if you use X cards, you can just draw your prize cards out of order. That wouldn't be hard to do at all. If they're already making that rule to begin with. Because once again, I don't think they should make that rule. I think that rule is super cringe and like tedious. Like they shouldn't make a rule that says you have to lay out your prize cards this way. You have to draw them in order this way. Then they would also have to make a rule. If you interact with your prize cards and have knowledge of whatever any of your prize cards might be, you are then allowed to draw them out of order. Obviously, they'd have to like put that in there as well. Because cards like Peonia and Gladion or whatever are cool. Actually, Gladion, you didn't get to know what your prize cards were. But like, cards like Peonia are cool. Or like Town Map, whatever. So we don't want to not print those cards because of that. But that shouldn't even be a rule to begin with. It just shouldn't be a rule. It's fine. If people really want to draw their prize cards out of order, that's fine. But just like I think just putting the information out there as to why it is sketchy and why you shouldn't do it. And then if people want to take that information and then still draw the prize cards out of order, that's fine. They'll be sus. Like, let them be sus. It gets way, dude. That's literally what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Block Chill. I'm saying they shouldn't do it. That's literally what I'm saying. That's literally what I just said multiple times. They shouldn't do those rules. Those rules should not exist. I said that multiple times now. Why not make it easier? Make it easier, new players. Wait, what do you mean, Daniel? I just tuned in. Oh, okay. Like because that's literally what I just said. I was like, they shouldn't do it, but this is what would happen if they did it, or this is what they could do. They shouldn't do it. We're getting cooked in this one. If you don't want to get sus with prize cards, just play Wiglet. The only true way to not be sus about your prize cards is to play. That's true. That's true. If you just play Wiglet, no interaction with your prize cards, can't look sus. Kind of genius. The year's 2025. The Pokemon meta has devolved into looking as unsus as possible to not get DQ'd by the judges. And because of this, everyone runs Wiglet, a deck that does not interact with prize cards because it cannot draw prize cards. Now, every game of Pokemon is determined by flipping for mill. Anyone who tries to attempts to play any other deck that would draw prize cards ends up getting DQ'd because they look sus when they go to take their prize card. All right, what are they? Dude, I can't check their loss zone, man. Oh, it's so annoying. All right, I'll send this thing up. Because I don't want to. Oh, my gosh. 8. Okay. Dude, I just want to know how. Come on, bro. Why can't I click on the loss zone to check it constantly? That's so annoying. That's so frustrating. I might have sent up Flaffy there, to be honest. Yeah, they're getting pretty close. It comes down to like whether or not they hit the course, though. Yeah, like I said, if I played against someone and they drew their prize cards out of order, I would be immediately suspicious of them, and I would like look at the card that they took once they put it in their hand and see if there was anything funky about it, like 100%. Which I think is just fair. I think that's just like a fair thing to do. I do really like that idea that floated on Twitter a while back of drawing 15 cards, pick your opening hand, and prizes between them. Yeah, that'd be interesting as well. I wouldn't hate that. I don't think that would be bad. They want you to add up all the other cards and subtract it from 60. True. There isn't. Wait, can I even look at the discard pile when my opponents? Like when I can't interact with the Lost Zone, are you allowed to interact with the discard pile? Or does it take that away as well? So literally, it's just you can't look at the Lost Zone. Whenever there's an instance where you can't click on the Lost Zone, you can still click on the discard pile. Knowing your prizes is a skill as well. It is, but I personally wouldn't mind that adjustment if they made that change. Yeah, knowing your prizes is a skill, but like I think like if they made that change personally, I wouldn't be like, eh. Currently, I'm in the state where it's like I'm not advocating for any of the changes because people are really like. I said this when there was like all that discussion going on around prize cards on Twitter. A lot of people self-reported in basically saying how little they check their prize cards. And when I saw that, I was like, all right. I'm not gonna. At first, I was like kind of on the side of advocating for like making it easier to check your prize cards, but because of how many people were like, I don't check prize cards, I was like, you know what? If no one's checking their prize cards, I'm kind of fine with keeping the system the way it currently is, where it's like I'm going out of my way to check my prize cards, and my opponent doesn't want to. That's okay. I'm fine with that. I don't know if I want everyone to just be able to see their 6 prize cards, to be honest. So if they changed it, I wouldn't really care, but I kind of like the current system because I definitely have an advantage over a lot of players who just go out of their way to not check their prize cards, which I'm okay with. Is it that skill? But why does something have to be like... Why does it have to be like that skilled? What does that statement even mean, Bella? Like, if that many people aren't doing it, and it's an advantage for some people, then at that point, it is becoming a potential advantage, right? Like, what do you mean by that skilled? How skilled does something need to be like considered like basically I saw some people making like similar statements on Twitter, but it was like, what does that mean? You know, like, dude, this sucks. I don't want this, man. What I want... How many Pokegears do I have left? I want a hand disruption card. I do have 1 Pokegear left. Okay, let's draw with this thing first. Oh, dude, I'm choking. I had this available to me the whole time. Oh, and there was a goon left. Dude, I can't actually want to KO this thing. Can I even win? Oh, wait, hold up. I have a Raichu in the prize card. Dude, I'm just throwing. Don't mind me. Yeah, don't mind me. Just over here throwing. I need to not bench this. Because, like, this turn, my goal has to be... Get Pokegear off this. I concede. I'm down to concede. I don't automatically just lose next turn, but... I'm down to, like, not sit through it. I need to leave the bench space open, though, to have the potential of Raichu next turn. Actually, miscut because I miscounted my super odds, and the last one was prize. Well, I played for it and could draw it 100% if it was in the deck. So it's kind of a skill. Yeah, I mean, if everyone was going out of their way to do it, then I could see a better argument to like just kind of remove it from the game. But not everyone's going out. Very few people are going out of their way to check all their prize cards on the first search of the first turn, or as many as possible, and like finding all their prize cards. Like very few people are actually doing it. Now, if everyone was doing it, or basically everyone, like over 50% of players actually finding all their prize cards on the first search of the first turn, I'd be like, okay. I mean, at this point, I guess it's fine if we just kind of remove it from the game. But it's like, so few people are actually doing it, so... I maybe should open the Mareep Shield, to be honest, because like if they path me turn 1, then I could have generated to the Miraidon, maybe got a turn 1 attack off with Miraidon. So I probably should open Mareep here, actually, to be honest. That is kind of the thing. It's like, it depends on the percentage of people actually doing it, where it would make sense or not make sense to just like remove it from the game. And currently, I don't think enough people are doing it to like make sense to remove it from the game. Oh, I'm going first. The unexpected switch up. I honestly don't want another Miraidon in play. Do I path turn 1 in this matchup? Probably not, right? We're looking for a turn 1 Raikou attack, but it's possible I actually want to attack with Miraidon if I can like escape over into an Arcus. We'll go like this. Turn 1 path in this matchup just like doesn't matter, right? I'd rather save it. And my last match race wants to be to the pivot. I like 4 boss and Miraidon rather than the typical 1 Arven 3 boss. Some people have told me this isn't correct, but I think heavy draw, heavy boss better than just Arven. Am I wrong? I mean, the Arven is not like a, I don't know, like in your thought process of the thought you just had right there, where you shouldn't, like, Arven should not be a factor in like your thought process. It should just be, do I want more gust effects in my deck? If the answer is yes, I find space for another gust effect. If Arven's the cut, Arven's the cut. But there's not some like arbitrary, not arbitrary. It's not like if you play a gust effect, it has to be in replacement of the Arven. The Arven should be completely removed from your thought process of wanting a 4th gust effect. It should just be, do I want a 4th gust effect? Do I feel like it's good? Yes. Okay, what do I remove for it? Arven doesn't have to be the only thing you potentially cut for a gust effect. It just could be the Arven. Math research. Okay. I don't want the Arceus to KO my Raikou, so I think I actually want to go out of my way to get a Bravery Charm here. But I currently play 4 gust effects, but I don't think about it in terms of, okay, it's either Serena. Well, I play Serena instead of the 4th boss. I think I play 3 boss and Serena into Serena, but I don't think about it, and you shouldn't think about it as, all right, it's Serena or, actually, I could have retreated and used fleet-footed there before I pathed, actually. That probably would have been fine, because I'm like almost guaranteed to draw an energy off the research. I don't think about it as, and you shouldn't think about it as, okay, it's 4th boss or Arven. That's it. Those are my options. Like, yeah, the Arven, like, it's fine to think about wanting more gust effects, but the Arven should not be in any, that could be the card you remove for it, but that should not be in any kind of thought process as like being like the adjustment, basically. So completely remove that from your mind as like the card that needs to be adjusted around. But besides that, I have 4 gust effects myself, and I've been digging it, so I think it seems good to have 4 gust effects. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, their deck sucks. Their deck is trash. Did I actually want to use this area? I don't need to here, but I don't want to whiff an attachment. But I'm like winning the game on this, right? Yeah. 2 seconds. I mean, dude, the game's just over. I'm like overthinking this. Overthinking to the max here. That Zard deck is really mid. It is so fragile. Just needs to find its best answer to Path to the Peak, which I don't know. Dude, how am I still at 820, bro? Have I not been winning any games today? Jesus, man. Oh, jeez. 820, bro. Didn't I start at 820 today, this morning? But we are playing on PTCG Live, so I've only played 3 games of Pokemon in 3 hours, so that actually kind of makes sense. 1-1, lost 2, or 1-2, 1-2, lost 2. What's the highest you've hit? I don't even know, to be honest. I've really not gotten that high. I really haven't got that high. The ladder being win, lose 20. Yeah, I mean, there's just not a ranked ladder. It's just not a. It's literally just a progress ladder. Like, because like, yeah, losses and wins are equal no matter who you play against, irrelevant of their rank. And like early ranks, there should be win streaks. Like if you're on a win streak, you should gain more. Some form of win streak boost. But then your points should still be calculated based on what your opponent's rank is. It's just so there's so much potential here, man. Like there's so much like there's not so much potential on PTCG Live. Well, there is still, I guess. Like I'm talking like in terms of like being a new client. Like the potential is like limitless, and they just like fucked it up so bad. We have all this potential. Let's do nothing with it. Genius. They're just absolute genius. You know what I'm saying? Oh, how much, how am I billing? Am I getting squawky with it? Kind of, right? Am I getting squawky with it? Am I getting fleet-feeted with it? The thing is, if I use Squawkabilly here, I lock myself out of Raichu, which I don't know if I... Well, now that I got this, I really don't want to. I don't want to whiff an attachment for turn, so we attach here. It's probably Lost Tina, so I'll just hold the path. They could have vacuum, so I should hold the Forest Seal Stone. Alright, we're chilling. We just pass. I like Pikachu more than Zeraora currently, but my opinion could change by the end of the day or tomorrow or whatever. It's the who can grind it out the most before the bad hand algorithm hits. I mean, it's just not true, to be honest, Brady, because winning more does matter. Like, theoretically, that's the way it works for everything. The more time you could put into something until you, like, hit the cap, like, the more time you could put in something that gives you more of an advantage, right? So we could, like theoretically, like, Arceus League is infinite, right? You could just keep climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing. You could, like, compare it to something like Hearthstone, where, like, Hearthstone has, like, a rank 1. So Hearthstone works a little bit differently, where there is a rank 1 that you can, like, hit. And then once you hit rank 1, you can still build on your MMR, though. So once you hit rank 1, if you keep winning, you build on your MMR. But theoretically, once you get high enough, there's, like, no point to play in terms of, like, gaining more rank. But the more time you would spend even on Hearthstone would be theoretically a benefit to separating yourself from the other players. So no matter what, it's a grind. But winning more, having a higher win percentage is still relevant. Like, having a higher win percentage is still relevant. That's been, like, a bad take that I've heard some people say. Like, it's not a ranked ladder. But a lot of people say it's just, like, whoever plays the most. But, like, that's kind of true for... If you have a negative win rate... If you have a negative win rate... if you have a negative win rate, it doesn't matter how much you play. You're always going to be going down, right? So you still need an above 50% win rate to climb at a certain point. Oh, dude, they actually got the one-hit KO. What the heck? This is where I'd want the sheesh. We're kind of cooked. We're cooking. No, we're cooked. Actually, you know what? We're cooking. We're not cooked yet. I wish I'd sent them the Mareep, though. But well, actually, do they have this even? What do they have? 3? Oh, wait. Okay. They're not there yet. I just kind of assume they were there because they put it down like that. Would you say Miraidon is better than Chi and Pao in the meta right now? Yes. So if you have an above 50% win rate, even if it's 51%, at that point, if you have two players with 51% win rate, one person plays 2 hours a day, the other person plays 8 hours a day, the person with 8 hours a day is going to climb further. So no matter what, as long as you have an above 50% win rate in any system, if you just play more, that's all. Dude, double vac off the stop, bro. What? Well, now we're knocked out, right? I guess they could not have the gates. They could be gateless. But yeah, no matter what, it just comes down to time at that point. But that's always going to be a factor. So it's like not like that's like fine. It's just like part of the system. That's why having a rank 1 is theoretically better though, because if you have less time, you still have like somewhere you can potentially reach, right? Whereas like something like this system that we have here is like you can just infinitely grind Arceus League and just gain MMR and gain MMR and gain MMR. But it's like the same system that like League has. League has like a theoretically infinite amount of LP you could get if once you're like rank 1 challenger, you have just the most LP and challenger in League of Legends. You could just like keep winning and just keep gaining LP and keep gaining LP and like it's like I don't think those systems are bad. But in League and every other ranked system in the world, well, it's because PTCG Live system is not a ranked system. you lose and gain points based on how many points your opponent has. So if they have way more points than you and you beat them, you get way more points. If they have way less points than you and they beat you, you lose a lot of points, right? And that's the way it should be. It should be based on how good your opponent is, not just like plus 10 for winning, plus minus 10 for losing, repeat. So yeah. Path would have been pretty good here. We can still get the knockout, though. It's just tough. All right, tandem unit. You get the Raichu. Need to get the... I don't even... Another Raikou, I guess? I guess that is fine. Fleet-footed. Well, the Force Seal Stone at this point has to get me a research, right? So I should just go get that now. And get the research. This is where the one card would come in clutch, to be honest. But I haven't been playing. Ooh, chill. All right, looking good. We're looking good. Now I should. I mean, if I knew what they were playing, I would have thrown out Pathfinder 1, I think. But see, but the problem with this, like this setup here, is like I burnt all of my energy to get this knockout. Wait, no, I don't. I only need to burn 4. Okay, it's actually not that bad. Not as bad as I thought it was. Oh, okay. That's actually not too bad at all. And then I think I keep the one on the active so I can pivot the Raichu. No, that's not correct, actually. Put this one back, and then I'll take this one off. I can hard retreat it, so yeah. But I might get a switch card, so I could use a switch card instead or something like that. Yeah, maybe I should have set up the Mareep off the escape rope, to be honest. If they just attack with Cram that turn, they still just get like the 1 prize knockout. And if they attack with something like the Dragonite, they also only get a 1 prize knockout. That might have been better. But having the Flaffy from here on to recover is going to be a pretty big deal as well, though, to be honest. I don't know. Both seem like fine plays. I lost 20 points a few times to lower ranked players. Seems correct to me. Scaling points versus opponent rank. Yeah, I feel like you take all... Yeah, I take all the Raichu's energy. Yeah. What happened to the Regieleki VMAX build of Miraidon? Not good anymore. I mean, it was never good. It was just like a way to play Miraidon. But this has always been the most successful way. That's why I prefer Zeraora, 1 prize only pivot. Yeah, but if my opponent escape ropes there and I send up Zeraora, they just attack with Cram. They never even go into like any kind of Dragonite play. They just go Cram KO Zeraora. And then I can't ever bench Mareep. And then my opponent just like, if I do bench Mareep, they KO that with a Sableye later. And that's 2 attacks for 2 prize cards, which keeps them on prize trade without putting a 2 prizer in play. But if I had just sent up Mareep there and had the Pikachu on my bench, then my opponent KOs Mareep with Cram, and then I push up I push up Pikachu, but Pikachu is no longer a 1 prize Pokemon that just gets obliterated by a Sableye attack. And then it actually puts me ahead in the damage prize trade scenario. In the Lost Box matchup, this guy is just better. Flying Pikachu is just better against Lost Box. I'm confident in that. I'm confident in this match, in Lost Box matchups, Flying Pikachu is just better. Or, I guess maybe you could make an argument that the Miraidon is actually even better because of the more HP. And you barely ever use any of the attacks, but... I mean, they're pretty telegraphed on the Sableye. I'm just going to send up the Raikou here. Yeah, they're pretty telegraphed here. I don't think anything crazy or wild is going to happen. What do you think about the Sajin list with Path? I mean, if you put Path in Sajin's list, it's just basically this list. Oh, you mean like taking Sajin's list and putting... See, this is a misplay for my opponent, probably. We'll see how the game actually ends up going. This might not be as big of a misplay as I'm making it out to be, but like... Oh, so you're asking me just what do I think about Sajin's list? But then you said with instead of without. Sajin's list is like fine. I don't think it's like anything super special. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems fine as well. I'm kind of like conflicted on it a little bit, to be honest. Why not Pika VMAX? I don't know. It just seems mid. You like almost never use it. Why is it a misplay? Well, because it puts them on odd prize cards now, right? If my opponent doesn't KO Mareep and they just KO 2 Raikus, they win. But now they have to KO Mareep and they have to KO 2 Raikus. So now they have to do more work to get the exact same result, right? So now it's possible that it's not a misplay because taking away my energy acceleration might actually lead to a higher win rate, even though they have to play the game for an extra turn. Me no longer having access to energy acceleration could actually put them in a better spot. And we're gonna find that out here as we play through the rest of this game. I'm thinking maybe he has Horn. Yeah, but that's so much more work you have to do. And also, what if I just keep my bench full for the rest of the game like I'm going about doing now? Like, then it just doesn't matter. I kind of want to do the Judge now and then save the Iona for later, to be honest. The Iona would put him at less cards, but I'm going to do that. Because I want, like, more... I mean, I want the potential for, like, an Iota to 1 later on in the game or something. I'm in a pretty bad spot no matter what here, to be honest. I have no energy in play. If they just knock out my Raikou this turn with like a Dragonite or a Raikou, I literally just lose. I mean, the Horn would be maybe a reason to do it, but have I really only played one? Dude, this is what I'm talking about, bro. I just want to be able to like find my generators by playing researches, but then I never have the research. Well, that's not true. Like I could have researching that turn is probably incorrect. I need to slow my opponent down here. I'm already getting my knockout, but like I do need to find my generators at some point. I didn't realize I had 3 generators left, though. Jeez, man. All right, we still got some gas in the tank, then. If I really... I do have 3 generators. I have a lot of energy left, too, so they're going to be hitting. What do you think is Miraidon's worst matchup in the current meta? I don't know about the worst one. I mean, Guardy's unfavorable. Generally, I've thought Lost Box is unfavorable, but I don't know. Maybe with Bravery Charms plus the disruption of, like, Iono and Judge, maybe it's not that bad, but that one seems like it's probably unfavorable as well. The thing about this matchup is, like, theoretically, my opponent just doesn't need to take prize cards, so that way my Ionos never actually kick in. You could, theoretically, I could just sit here and, like, use Greninja 90-90, use Sableye, spread damage, and then go, okay, knock out all of them out at once or something. That's annoying. Dude. I have to burn energy to retreat something. Actually, I should set up the Raikou, because if I get the switch card, I can attach to Raikou, and if I Iono into switch, then I can save the energy on the Raikou. Lost Box also has 3 vacuums. Yeah, so you can like even sit there and like play around the Bravery Charms towards the late game. I think it's actually the way to play this matchup as Lost Box. If you didn't prize anything too important, you should just like sit here and build up a bunch of damage in play, and then clean everything up in 1 turn. So you're not getting Iono to like 2 or 3 or whatever. Yeah, Kyogre's a terrible matchup. Lost Box Kyogre is like an awful matchup for Miraidon, but most Lost Boxes aren't Kyogre, so that's like a something that like is like okay for the like the deck likes that is like a thing, but. And they only have a 2-card hand. Did they even play a supporter last turn? I don't remember. There's no action log. Did they play a supporter last turn? Do you know, chat? All right, I'm not going to play the Iono. I don't think they did. Hold up. Is there any way to check? Well, this is the order that they discard their cards in, right? No, they didn't? Okay, I'm just going to swing then. No supporter? Yeah, Charm top deck would have been pretty nice, because I can... knock out not supporter and then charm my active, but this is my problem with the charms is I never find the charms, bro. I never find them. When I had 3, I barely found them. The charms are they're in there. I still have 2 charms in my deck, but I never find them ever. I still don't really like Kyogre right now, but who knows? It doesn't seem great. I think probably playing more of a turbo build is probably better overall, but like I say that, but if you're listening to this and you're someone who has been prepping with Kyogre Lost Box for the last, I don't know, 2 weeks going to Pittsburgh, you should play Lost Box Kyogre. The best way for most players, the best way for most players to get their best results in a dude, that's so cringe. They got the Clara. They have cram, dude. They got everything, bro. They're freaking. They have the Cram KO, right? The best way for most players to get their best result at a tournament is to pick a deck that is like a reasonable play at the tournament based on the current meta. So let's say 2 weeks ago, you're like, let's say 2 weeks ago, you're like, I want to play, like my favorite deck right now, the deck I want to play is, like, what players need to stop doing is stop trying to be, what players need to stop doing is stop trying to be a top player and try and like pick the perfect play for the tournament. You just need to, and even then, a lot of top players just like play a deck that they put the most time into and their favorite deck right now. Like that's what a lot of top players do as well. I think actually too many average players try and like make this like meta read or like test with like 3 or 4 different decks leading up to a tournament and then pick which one they think is the best the night before to get your best results as an average player. And what even a lot of top players do this as well. Like they just like pick their deck to get your best results as an average player. And even there's like some players out there who are definitely way above average who probably should do this a little bit more themselves as well. But what you should do is like 2 weeks before the tournament, you should pick a deck that is reasonable for the meta, just like a reasonable deck. You can try and make somewhat of a meta read. You can try and be like, okay, like right now, I think a deck that has a pretty good meta read right now is like Rapid Strike. You and Lugia aren't that popular, and even if they're like get up to like 8 to 10% each, it's still not that bad because the rest of your matchups are so favorable as Rapid Strike. But like if Mew and Lugia were like the top 2 most played decks, you probably wouldn't play Rapid Strike. But I think right now Rapid Strike's like in an okay spot, to be honest. I'm a decent fan of Rapid Strike right now. I think it's pretty solid. And let me take a look at this real fast. I feel like I have to go with the judge here because I have no cards. And I still have to draw like the nuts off this judge though. That is not the nuts. This is trash. Where do I actually attach this? How can I interact with my discard pile? Yo, get him out there. Come on, let me accelerate one time. All right. So what you should do is just like 2 weeks before the tournament, you should just pick a reasonable deck. And like you can like apply a little bit of meta analysis if you want to, like I said, right? Like I think Rapid Strike is a pretty good, one of the decks that is not always going to be good, but right now it's like a pretty solid play if you want to play Rapid Strike. So that'd be like something where you like invest a little bit of time into making a meta call and being like, okay, I can play Rapid Strike right now because the Lugia and the Mew matchup the Lugia and Mew matchups are bad. They're not that popular right now. I don't think they're gonna get more popular. Okay, I'm actually gonna play Rapid Strike for Pittsburgh. Or maybe you just go with like the 4 decks that I think are the safest overall in the meta right now and will be probably until next set comes out probably will be Lost Tina, Lost Box, Guardian, Lugia. I think those are the 4 safest decks in the meta, and you could probably play at any tournament, any tournament, any major tournament, because like local metas are weird. Any major tournament between now and the next set release, you can play any 4 of those decks relatively safely for sure. So what most players should do that they don't do, but what you should do is you should just not get bodied by this stupid Sableye. I don't know. He gets a big charm. What you should do, and I'm cooking. I mean, I don't think I ever win this, but we're out here. I need like the big hit potential, maybe. You should do 2 weeks before a tournament, maybe even more. Maybe a little bit less is fine. Pick a deck, pick one of those 4 decks, or make a little bit of a meta call. Be like, okay, I think Rapid Strike works for this weekend. And then 2 weeks before the tournament or more, maybe 2 weeks is like a good timeout. Just, that's it. Lock that deck in and then just play with the deck. And that's it. That's it. Just play that deck. Learn how to play the deck against all the other top decks in the meta. Figure out what the top decks in the meta play. Learn the matchups. Get good with your list. Refine your list. And then another big step that a lot of people don't do, which is like, this thing was actually kind of blew my mind the more I actually figured out that how many players don't know these things, but like, it's a big step to make sure you take. It's important to know what the top decks are, how to play against the top decks with your deck. But a huge step that so many people miss is knowing what top decks play. Like, if I ask you how many boss are in Lost Tina, you should say 2. So that way when you sit down across from a Lost Tina player, you're playing around 2 boss's orders. So when a boss's orders hits the Lost Zone and one hits the discard pile, you just stop playing around Lost Tina. Or no, you stop playing around boss's orders against Lost Tina. And that's something that so many players miss. Even like players of like higher caliber, like who like, you know, have won regionals and stuff, have top 8 regionals before, who just like, sometimes I'll be talking to them about a deck and they'll be like, yada, yada, yada. And I'll be like, no, they don't play that. They only play this. And like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. It was like, it's a huge step that a lot of people miss, and it's really easy to stay up to date. Dude, I can't believe we won. What? What is their deck, dude? There's no way. So the steps are pick a deck, figure out what the top decks are in the meta, test your deck against the top decks in the meta, refine your list through testing, and then know what not just what the top decks are and how to roughly play against them, but what do the top decks play? Like, let's say the meta evolves to the point, like, let's throughout this week, and at Pittsburgh, all of a sudden Lost Box decks are playing 4 Roxanne. And like everyone who like goes out of their way to figure out that information, it's like really easy information to find out. Everyone know. If you go out of your way to figure it out, you just know. Lost Zone decks are playing 4 Roxanne, and then you sit against a Lost Box player. You didn't take your time to do a little bit of research, and then the Lost Box player hits you with back-to-back Roxannes, and you're like, what, back-to-back Roxannes? This is absurd. This is stupid. No Lost Box player plays this. How can I prepare for this? And then later on, in round 3, you've played against another Lost Box player that has 4 Roxanne, and you're like, oh, everyone's just playing 4 Roxanne in Lost Box. It's like, well, I didn't know that. It would have been pretty good to know. And it would have probably just been easy to know if you just go to the last big online tournament, and it's like, oh, well, every Lost Box player has 4 Roxanne in their list. I guess I just should have known that. And it's really, all this information is really easy. You just have to keep up to date with the meta and see where the trends of the meta are going, and maybe try and make like a little bit of a prediction on like where's it going next. Like this week, these are the things I'm like playing against. Lost Tina decks have started to play 3 bosses orders or 4 bosses orders or whatever. Do I think it's going to change going into next week? Where are we headed from here? And try and make those predictions. So when you sit down across from a Lost Tina deck or a Lost Box deck, you roughly know what you're playing against. Because as soon as like Lost Tina plays 2 bosses orders, you want to be able to play with the information that they probably don't have any bosses orders left and make plays around that information. But if you have no idea how many bosses orders Lost Tina plays, you could see 2 in the Lost Zone and just be like, I'm still playing around bosses orders, and I have no clue that I should not be playing around bosses orders right now because you didn't take the time to just research not just what are the top decks, but what are the top decks playing. It's like a huge step. Like so many players miss. It's like everyone knows what the top decks are because as long as you're playing the game, you'll just generally have a good idea. You can just go to like a meta sheet on a Limitless tournament. You just see like the top 10 decks and like, oh, those are the top 10 decks. I know what all the top meta decks are. But knowing what they're actually playing is like a huge deal when you actually sit down across to play against one of them in a tournament or even like online, I guess, anyways. So that's all you need to get the best success as like an average player, someone just getting into the game. That's all you need to do. Pick a deck a couple weeks before the tournament. Lock in the deck choice. Pick a solid deck a couple weeks before the tournament. Either just one of the top decks, the tier 1, tier 2 deck that is just always going to be solid. Or if you want to do a little bit of meta analysis and you come to the conclusion, oh, Mew's a little bit better this week than it was last week. It'll be pretty good for this tournament, you know, whatever it might be. Then you lock in your Mew deck or your Lugia deck or your Guardy deck a couple weeks before the tournament. And then just practice as much as you possibly can with that deck. Leading up to the tournament, doing all the things that I just said. And then the biggest thing is to actually finish the process of playing the deck. A lot of people like have their comfort deck. Let's say a good example would be let's say Mew's like been a deck that's been around forever, right? A lot of people, their comfort deck is just Mew. But let's just say going into this tournament, everyone's got Spiritomb, everyone's got Drapion. The meta is terrible for Mew. And you're like, I don't really want to play Mew at Pittsburgh. Everyone's teching for Mew right now. Like, it's just one world. Everyone's got Drapion. Everyone's got Spiritomb. I don't really want to play Mew at Pittsburgh. So 2 weeks before Pittsburgh, you're like, I'm not going to play Mew. I'm going to play Gardevoir. You're like, I'm going to play Gardevoir. You spend those 2 weeks testing Gardevoir, learning the deck, learning the matchups. And then 2 days before the tournament, you're like, I'm actually going to switch back to my comfort deck of Mew. I'm gonna go back to Mew, actually, overall. I'm just going to go back to Mew. I don't want to commit to Gardevoir. But you just spent the last 2 weeks prepping with Gardevoir. You have to finish the process. So many people give up on the process and get cold feet like a day or 2 before the tournament and go back to their comfort deck. And I think that's that's one of the biggest detriments to players improving is you don't finish your process of coming up with the deck, deciding it's a good play, practicing with the deck, and then you just like fall back on your comfort deck. After you put in all that time learning a different deck that you know is solid. And sure, maybe you make day 2 with your Mew deck, and you maybe, but like the potential for you to go, like finish your process. Finish your process. Always finish the process, because then you'll learn about the process, and you can improve on your process because you actually took the time to complete the process of picking a deck and then playing the deck. But if you give up on actually playing the deck and you only pick the deck and practice the deck, but you don't actually play the deck, then you're 2/3 of the way of the process done, right? You have to complete the process, learn, and build on your process. Yeah, and then I think the biggest thing, like once you've like started to establish what your process is for picking decks, like keep building and growing on your process. Like no one's process is perfect, so you want to make your process better and keep improving on it. But what if it was the other way around? You play Guardy, decide Mew is the play, and then you get there and see everyone is playing. That's just not a thing, though, Mamako. There's going to be 1,700 players at Pittsburgh. You're not going to be able to see enough people playing Drapion that you should... Like, that's the thing, is like people... Oh, there's whispers of people playing Drapion, or people are starting to play the Mawile. Do I play the Penny in my Guardy deck? None of that matters. Block all that out. Just go through your process... and don't let any of those little things that pop. You like walk through the lobby of the hotel and there's 2 people playing I don't know. Like you're thinking about playing Rapid Strike and you walk through the lobby of the hotel and there's 2 people playing a Mew mirror match. You're like, oh no, Mew, there's 2 people playing Mew. There's 1,700 people at Pittsburgh. The 2 people in your hotel lobby you're not going to play against. Trust me. Like, don't let any of that stuff like sway your opinion. You have to commit to the process. Don't get cold feet last minute. As long as you actually pick like a solid good choice. Now, like if going into Pittsburgh, it's very obvious Mew is going to be the most played deck and the best deck in the biggest deck in the room by like 30%. Like even like 2 weeks out from the tournament, pretty much everyone knew that. You shouldn't play Rapid Strike, right? Like you should have already known that Rapid Strike's a bad play. So like there does have to be a little bit of deck selection there, but generally if you just pick a top tier 1, tier 2 deck, you'll be fine. Like I said, Guardy Lugia, like just pick your favorite top tier solid deck and that's fine. And then if you commit to just like learning it and getting better at it, if you just go through that process of getting better at the deck and learning how the deck works and functions and improving your list and spending time studying the meta and seeing what's not just what the top decks are, but what's in the decks, that'll lead to the most success. You'll get the most success going through that process. And then complete your process. Pick the deck, practice the deck, play the deck. Don't pick the deck, practice the deck, and then don't play the deck because you heard that someone was running Mawile or I'm trying to think like tech cards. The only tech cards I can ever come up with that are just like immediate hard counters are just like texting me. So if you hear people playing that, people trying to play Drapion and Spiritomb, don't just like drop playing Mew with all the time you prepped and put into it. Just finish playing the Mew deck. Go through your process. Like don't get cold feet because you saw someone playing something in the lobby. You heard whispers about all of a sudden Chi Pao is going to be really popular and deck has a bad Chi Pao matchup. Oh no. Like there's 1,700 players at these tournaments. Like it's just not. Just don't think about that kind of stuff. Just like finish the process. But the initial step of like making sure you don't make a truly awful meta call is the thing. Like if Lugia is gonna for sure be the most popular deck in like 30%, you probably shouldn't lock in Rapid Strike 2 weeks before the tournament to be the deck you work on. You know what I'm saying? I need to go use the bathroom, chat. I'll be right back. Good talk so far. Yeah, if you want to find the most success as like an average player, I think there is, and the way I like to explain it is like there is like 2 things to think about. How much time can you put into the game, and then how good are you at the game? And the more time you have to put into the game, and the better you are at the game, the closer to a tournament, it's probably reasonable for you to pick up a deck, right? Like even up to like maybe the night before a tournament. If you're really good at the game and you have a lot of time to put into the game, it's reasonable for you to like pick up a deck maybe the night before a tournament. But a lot of players don't have that much time to put in the game, and a lot of players are not that good at the game. So the worse you are at the game, and the less time you have to put into the game, you should pick out a deck that much further before the tournament. And like I said, just pick a solid top meta deck that you enjoy. If it's Miraidon, if it's Guardy, if it's Lugia, whatever it is, those are like all solid decks. I mean, Miraidon's not a deck that I would always say would always be a solid deck, but right now it's pretty solid. Like if that's your favorite deck, just lock it in a couple weeks before a tournament, put in the time with it, and that'll lead to your, most likely will lead to your best success over like playing 3 or 4 different decks leading up to the tournament and practicing all of them, working on each of them individually, and then trying to come up with which play is best. There's not that much of a advantage to be gained from trying to call. The advantage you would gain from trying to call what the perfect play is among the decks that you've been testing recently over just picking one top tier solid deck and playing with that more is less likely to be successful. I have no clue. I can't speak the language you're speaking. I appreciate the 2 months there taking. What is your name? Came from Hearthstone and started playing from Scarlet Violet, and your vids feel so your vids help so much. Keep it up. Appreciate it. Taking. You said good night. All right, good night, SR. You said that when I subbed. Oh, did I really? Is your name what I think it is? Or not? Is there any benefit of using Switch over Switch cart? Yeah, Switch can switch your Flaffy, Switch cart can't. I do that every time. Taking and Alex. Oh, okay. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, we actually had this conversation before. I remember it now. All right, chat, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, wait, I didn't have my mic muted the whole time. Doodly-doo. I guess we're just playing Miraidon for the rest of the stream, to be honest. I don't see myself changing decks. We're locked in. Miraidon. Show new deck too? Nope. Whenever I have a new deck on this account, it's usually because I quickly imported a list for poaching. Because I don't keep all my lists on PTCG Live. That's usually the reason. I've heard that my tournament process is perfect. Well, like theoretically, ideally, you want to get to the point where you could like play a deck pretty much optimally when you switch to it the night before a tournament. But that's like a growth process. Like as you get better as a player, it'll be easier for you to like test multiple decks at the same time and become efficient with multiple decks at the same time, and then even get to the point where you could like pick up a deck the night before a tournament and win a tournament, right? And like I know that's possible because I've done it. So and it does. I think as the game gets more competitive, that'll be harder to do, and like putting in that extra time to like prep with the deck will probably be more valuable. But like when I won OCIC last year, I played 0 game. Like I played 0 games. I mean, it was just Lost Box again, so that wasn't that big of a deal. I played 0 games with that deck before that, and then even for Worlds, I mean, it was just Fusion Mew, which I had played before, of course, but I played 0 games with the Fusion Mew build like before Worlds, like prepping specifically, like between NAIC and Worlds, I played probably 0 games with Fusion Mew, and then even during testing, I was on the other side of the Fusion Mew games usually, but so like. That'd be the ideal thing, is like you can play every deck perfectly just when you pick it up, but it's like not possible for everyone. So you want to be like realistic of your own limitations, and then make sure you're applying those limitations to your process. But yeah, you want to get better. I mean, theoretically, you want to get better and better to the point where you can like more easily pick up decks closer and closer to tournaments. You still have to be an active player, IMO, to do that. Yeah, you still have to be like playing the game in general to some extent, of course. Yeah, you can't be like playing 0 games of Pokemon, but definitely. Dude, Ice Rider, bro. What year is it? Ice Bib? Yo, was Ice Bib back? Wait, is this deck actually cracked? Are they onto something here? Ice Bib Arc? That's just sad. All right, first deck was kind of cool. Now it's just kind of cringe. I kind of want to rope this up to get access to Fleet Footed, to be honest. All right, sounds good, Swizzerton. Even if you're Jason, I don't think he could pick up Lost Box the night before oh yeah, of course not. Yeah, I don't think so. I agree. I definitely agree. You're right. Jason's trash at poke. I agree. All right. Because I kind of want a Billy out of this hand. We're going to Fleet Footed first. Man, what do we do here? Maybe we do play it a little bit slower. Sheesh, man. It's a tough hand. This is a tough hand. Dude, I don't know what to do here at all, man. Dude, this is tough. I'm not getting the turn 1 knockout, I don't think. I don't think that's happening. Give up these 2. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Do that. Grab Miraidon. Miraidon for... Do that, and then... Random unit again for... Raichu, probably. I could get the Flying P. Oh, they also didn't get a Torrent Energy attachment. Okay, I could get the Flying Pikachu. Well, they probably play Melanie, though, so it's, like, possible. Get Flying Pikachu. Not just go with the Raichu, it's fine. And then attach active. Path. Oh, I can retreat. I was like, whoa, what can I do here? Squawk a clock. No, if I had a Miraidon on play, I'd be a little bit more inclined to do the squawk, but I don't know. The draw 6/7 Pokemon design has improved so much. Oh, you're like comparing squawk ability to Dene? Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a plus or an improvement. All right, turns out the Path and Iono bodied them. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very cool. If this doesn't hit a supporter, though, I'm going to be extremely... Well, now we have this. I'm going to be extremely tilted still, though. Dude. Come on, man. Boss, bro. Honestly, I'm down to thin this out of the deck. I'm not using Raichu this turn, I don't think. If we attack with this, we might want to get a tool. Yeah, this is like such a weak start. This is insane. Weak. Wait. Oh, I actually have the knockout with Raichu. I do have the knockout with Raichu here. Wait a second. No, I have the knockout with Miraidon. Dude, I'm so bad, bro. Or am I? Yeah, I just like didn't see the Miraidon play initially. I didn't even think about double Flaffy like being a possible play to actually get here, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the double Flaffy play was not even on my radar at all. I almost retreated there. Alright, it's fine. We cooked though. We got it. I assumed if they had the Ice Rider last turn, they would have evolved it, and they chose not to, so it's like a good sign. Dude, but once again, where are my generators? Do I even... Well, I could have a couple prized here. I didn't check my prize card. There could be quite a few prized. Hey, yo, the 200 slap? Pretty good. Dude, this hand is just cheeks. I need them to be... All right, thank goodness. Like, if they had the knockout there, I think I just lose. The hand was so bad. I feel like it happens a lot with this deck. Like, well, I mean, there's no draw power in the deck, I guess. Like, okay, 860? We're closing in on that Umbreon League. Dude, yeah, I don't know. Yo, chat, what is the highest profile, like, level? Has it been reached? Or no? $50? Dude, someone was saying that they're like 70 plus the other day. It is just 50? I thought they were trolling. It should be like infinite. Like it should just be like every level is like harder to get to, but it should like theoretically be like infinite levels. I think it's just your season pass level. No, there's a profile level and a season pass level. There's two different things. Dude, this hand is kind of bonkers, to be honest. It like doubles. It was 1 Raikou times 2 is 2 electric generator times 2 is 4 lightning energy. Pretty crazy, to be honest. I am over 50. I think I'm 65. Wait, profile level? Omega Scissor? No trolling? You're not memeing? You're definitely a big time troller and memer, so I gotta confirm. Second Raikou. Okay, okay. Dude. Alright, hold up. Let me cook. Oh, wait, hold up. So we're gonna do it like this. Because I want to get escape rope to KO the bench one. So I'm gonna retreat. Generator. 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 Dude. Why'd I even show up today? Fleet-footed, baby. Okay. No, we don't have the escape rope now, though. know the escape route. I mean, I guess we're like all in on path, like carrying us now. Squawk me? True. We do have Squawkies still. No, that's probably not worth it. We probably should do. I should probably just get a Miraidon and then path them. That's probably what I should do here. Miraidon, set up a bunch of stuff and then path them. That's probably the play here. How much does Raichu matter in this matchup? I do need one to KO a T-Tar potentially. But if they're using T-Tar, they're knocking me out. Alright, I'm gonna go like this because it's possible to get double. I have like so many energy in the discard pile. Like, hey, that's what I'm talking about. Dude, I played 4. Dude, all my other games, I literally can't find generators. This game, I played 4 generators for 1 energy. Dude, what? Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Quick Google search has 100 levels in the code with rewards and 2 more without as of like October last year. Is anyone in chat over level 50? Like, is anyone in chat like at level 50 but you can't level anymore? Or is anyone over level 50 for like your level, your profile level? How much damage does this do again? 190? Maybe they can't attack this turn. You know, I still have faith. They are playing colorless Lugia, so we can still win this for sure. I'm 51. I'm 38. I'm 37. I am over 50. You can keep going. Okay. I've seen someone at 66 or something. Okay. Maybe it is possible. Yeah, initially I was told that it like locked at level 50. Like level 50 was the cap. And then someone told me yesterday they were like level 70 plus. I was like, wait, really? Bad the rewards are only like 50 coins. Yeah, the rewards are so weak for that. Oh, true. We could just go check. Yeah, James probably is probably one of the highest level players. Yeah, the rewards are definitely cringe. I agree with that. Maybe I should have got the Pikachu, man. I'm kind of regretting not having the Pikachu right now. This is still winnable, but it's pretty tough still. We're in a pretty tough spot. All right, this first. I mean, to be honest, at this point, I kind of want to not leave my opponent the opportunity to take knockout. Like, I want to Bravery Charm stuff. Then not give them opportunities to actually take KOs. So I actually don't really want to grab anything off this. But then you have to deck. Then you have to deck is pretty attractive here. It's tough. It's tough. I basically don't want boss to be like an out for them to draw prize cards. Which I can basically make that happen. I think I should play towards that, to be honest. I don't know. Well, I'll bench this. Well, hang on. What could I have gotten off of this? Let me check again. Maybe I should have thinned out the Miraidons. Yeah, we'll thin out the Miraidons. I'm down with that. The Miraidons are a little bit harder to KO for my opponent to KO off of this judge. All right, what's my switch count remaining? I might need to, but I'd have to judge into Flaffy. I think I have to hope to judge into Flaffy switch here. So I have to attach here, and then judge into Flaffy switch. I think it's reasonable because I'm out of generator, so the generator's off the table. A sheep. All right. Wait, did I still have? No, I didn't. Okay, thank goodness. For a second there, I thought I did though. I want to keep the Force Seal Stone in the hand, so if I top deck Ultra Ball, then I can Ultra Ball for a sheep. Because I do want to set up some sheep to get my energy cooking, but we'll see. This is still winnable, technically, but we're in a pretty bad spot. Coins and crystals just need to be merged. Yeah, it's so weird that they have three current. Well, credits really aren't a currency. They are because like you trade them for cards, but it makes sense to have at least 2 currencies because credits are like different. Theoretically, that would take like a lot of math for them to like break down. Where they could have only done 1 currency to be honest, and it could have just been credits and use it to craft cards, buy packs, yada yada. So like for simplicity's sake, it makes sense to have 2 currencies: one that buys stuff and then one that crafts stuff. The third currency is weird. It's weird that they have like a third currency for sure. A little bizarre, a little weird, a little cringe. All right. The statements at the end of games are cringe. Those are also cringe, yeah. Also cringe. I kind of want to set up the Raikou to draw a card, to be honest, because we have so little to work with here, but... Okay. Too long, don't go to bed. How many of their colorless energy are they down? They're down 2 double turbs. They played 4 double turbs. That's 3rd double turb. Should I get this? If I only have Miraidons in play, and then I put a thing on that, maybe not. Let's just go with no is correct here. If I get a Bravery Charm here and a Bravery Charm, I need to get a Bravery Charm here to stop double colorless energy, or 2 single colorless energies, non-double turbo from KOing this, and KO that, and then Bravery Charm this, so they can't boss KO, and then maybe this one needs to have a double turbo, and if this one needs to have a double turbo at that point, then it can't KO anything on the board. Okay, good enough for me. It's only like thinning out the deck by 1 card. I mean, I really need to hit a Flaffy here, to be honest, so I can like start accelerating more energy. I also need a path, so I can shut down the potential of... Nope, no path. Hey, let's go. I need to stop the potential of Luminion, but obviously that's not happening now, so... Damn, dude, not getting a path here is so... Dude, why do we play 4 path, you know? Like... The more I play this deck, though, I'm coming around a little bit more on the trekking shoes idea that we were talking about earlier. More and more I play, I'm like, I don't know, trekking shoes, like, honestly, doesn't seem that bad. I could get behind some shoes, maybe. Do I ever grab one of these? The Flying Pikachu would be decent here. My hand, trash. How many energies does this deck usually play? Like, I don't know how many they usually play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're gonna go 10, 11, 13, 14. I don't know, they might just have it. 15 is the usual number. They might just have enough to have 2 Lugias loaded up from this point on without using any double turbos on either of them, so... And if that's true, if they can do that... Oh, I have no way around gift energy either, though. Yeah, I just lose. My start was too slow. Pat didn't stick. Yeah. We need them to, like, misplay here, and by accident... Like, not by accident, but we need them to, like, put a double turbo on this Lugia thinking it knocks out my Miraidon, basically. It's the only way to win, I think. It's, like, our only win con here. That's the thing about this matchup as well. Like, once Lugia sets up, if Lugia sets up and is ahead, we just lose instantly because we have no counter to gift energy. So, like, unless they draw abysmal off a gift, like, our Ionos just don't do anything, or judges even potentially. So yeah. What's a good meta deck for someone brand new to the game? Miraidon. I go with Miraidon probably. Miraidon or Lugia. Yeah, one of those two probably. It's the best route. Both decks are pretty solid and a little bit more straightforward than like stuff like Lost Zone decks or Guardy or even Mew. Yeah, they have them both loaded up. Okay, do you guys think that they can't retreat their Pumpkaboo? There's a world where that happens, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If the last prize card is a double turbo energy. But I have more cards left in my deck than they do. Well, maybe they don't realize that. So the win con is bring up Pumpkaboo. They realize they can't retreat it, and then they concede without counting how many cards are left in my deck. That's the strat right now. Did you ever try the Jose Marzon style of Miraidon? I know, I never did try that. The Mew build. Yeah, I never gave that a shot. Jet also gets there. Were they out of Jet maybe? They're down 3 Jet. Do they play 4 Jet? I don't know if they play 4. They usually do play 4 Jet, don't they? They have 2 Therapeutic. I don't know. I mean, we lost, so. Yeah, no, I never gave the Marzon build a try. The Mew build. I don't know if that like it gets the turn one attack off more frequently, but like I don't know, maybe that is enough to consider playing that kind of build. Your Guardian matchup seems terrible. You have no path. Like you just like I feel like without path you're just like pretty solidly unfavored against Guardy. Like it's pretty bad. Yeah. Is this deck like the Miraidon Regilucky League Battle deck? No, they just both have Miraidon. Which is a pretty big part of the deck. It's a pretty powerful Pokemon, but I would say no. Is losing to Guardy that bad right now? It's pretty bad. I wouldn't want an unfavorable matchup against Guardy. Like it's probably going to be like 12% of the meta, like regional wise. So, oh yeah, it'd be easier to play shoes in there for sure. But a rematch, nice. What are they playing? Is this the Lugia player I just played against? The name is definitely familiar. My hand definitely sucks. To be honest, I wouldn't maybe mind putting that nest ball back in here. To be honest, have a couple more outs to the Miraidon wouldn't hurt. Am I going first or second? First, got that Billy start. That's that's Billy, baby. Do I attach? I think so. Squawk. Squawk and sneeze. Okay, that's something. So we know they're the colorless build. We don't need. I want to set up double sheep. And I guess I want a Raikou as well because I want to I want to have an easier attack into that. I could path turn one. Would shut off the potential of path turn one. Would shut off the potential of Luminion. I don't mind being like super aggressive with the path, to be honest. I wouldn't mind being super aggressive with the path. What's all the potential of Luminion? The colorless build, I mean, the colorless build is just as reliant on Luminion. Let's give them like a. Sure. I mean, we're theoretically as soon as next turn we're ahead in the prize exchange, so like. Just stopping them from playing the game as much as possible might just be the correct strategy here. I'm not sure, though. I'm actually not sure. I don't know if I like this path or not. Why not retreat and feet? Because then it's harder to attack with Raikou next turn. Benny. Hey, what? No! Hey, no way! Wait. We play switch cards. But what? Wait, he attacks. Okay, this isn't that bad. Okay, yeah, fleet footed. I don't want to fleet footed because I want to attack with Raikou next turn. Dude, what? Tempting D's, bro. We do 20 damage, though, so it's not that bad. Ooh? Mahuwile? Alright, Ooh, this is my only V in play, though, if I get a Forest Seal Stone. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, this always happens. I could just throw it here, right? And that's, like, still gonna be pretty effective. I definitely want to put it in play because the chance that I see it again is just like not that high. I just need escape rope energy here. Aha. Alright, we whiffed. We got hella energy excel this turn. What does this do again? Young Motivate. Young Motivate for 20. Alright. It's fine. Alright. Dude, my generators have been so whack. Honestly, maybe we should go up to 15 energy. I don't think it's like a bad thing. Because I added some other stuff in terms of like improving consistency. Hey, like the Pokegears have been okay recently. Like we've been finding them when we like don't have another out for a supporter. Definitely been finding them when we don't have another out for a supporter. Pokegears have been doing a little bit of work. Not a ton of work, but they've been paying their sort of paying their dues. Cut the generators for shoes. At this point, to be honest, turn 1 motivate and then attack from there. Cut the what's it called? As a Miraidon player on 14, you're just getting unlucky. Nah, I mean that's such a bad way to look at it. That's just I would like geez, they're stacking them up. That's just a bad way to look at it. Like, wait, what the fuck are they doing? They're just trolling. What is happening? Like, why? Okay, so well, yeah. So first of all, would be like, why should I? Not to say your opinion is irrelevant, but like, why should I trust your opinion over like trusting myself or even like someone else's opinion? There's like no reason to, right? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but like you just saying that means like 0 to me. It's like, okay, sure, but like, why? You know? Why is your opinion like the end all be all? It's like, all right, I'm a Miraidon player. I like 14. It's like, okay, but if I feel like 15 is better. Now, there's like 2 ways to look at this. I actually just explained this to someone recently in coaching, which is like, oh, I shouldn't even attach return, dude. I'm just like, now I'm zoned out talking about this. There's 2 ways to look at this. I actually talked about this recently in coaching. Now, I do like to take other people's opinions, not quite fully as fact sometime, but like at least as a place to start. But you should want to try and get your own opinion on as much as possible if you have the time to. And I have the time to. Like, I've been grinding this Miraidon deck, and I'm feeling like, man, these generators aren't hitting like I want them to. Maybe we should try 15. I have the time to try 15 energy, right? I have the time to try 15 energy. But the example I gave recently in coaching was like, if there's someone out there that I just like respect their opinion on as far as like a deck goes, or respect them as a player, then if literally the night before Pittsburgh, I just didn't know what I wanted to play, and I was like, I want to play Lugia. I would just go to Worlds and then take Raz's list, and if there's any tech cards I feel like were needed for the meta, like maybe Cobalion or something, then I would add Cobalion. That's literally all I would change, because I respect Raz as a player, and Raz has put way more time into Lugia and thinking about Lugia than I have. Now, if I have the time to try some other stuff out and trying to form my own opinions on stuff, I will. But like, if I don't, and I'm just like, I'm playing Lugia for this League Cup tomorrow, I'm just gonna take Raz's 60 and just literally run it, because like I respect Raz as a player, and Raz has put a lot more time into Lugia than I have recently, even if it was for the Worlds meta. Nothing's really changed that much. It's like, maybe if Charizard's popular, I'll play maybe if Charizard's popular, I'll add the what is this? I'll add the Cobalion, but that's like the only thing I change, right? Like, dude, this is so troll. But if I have the time to form my own opinion on a deck and adjust things, then I will. Then I'll be like, well, I have time to apply my own opinion here. I'm not just gonna take something that someone else says just because they played the deck before as law or something. I'll be like, no, I'm gonna like, I may as well invest the time for me to gain my own opinion on 14 versus 15 energy, because I have the time to do that, right? But yeah, it's like basically it's the way you want to think about it is just how efficient can you be with your time, basically. If you don't have that time to be that efficient, then you should just be like, all right, well, this person said this, and I respect them, I trust them as a source, and you know they've done the work for me. Why would I not use their work, right? But when you can build on their work, that's better, right? You take their list to begin with, and you're like, all right, let me try this out. Like, ooh, I don't like this, I like this, and you know, you build on it from there. So it's all about time efficiency. When you have time to form your own opinion on something through testing it, then you should. But if you're pressed for time, may as well be efficient and just like take towards Guardy list instead of working on your own. Instead of working on your own. I mean, you're probably chilling, you know? I'm just gonna put like a bunch of energy in. I gotta be careful, actually. I don't want to deck out. I'm not even gonna play this Judge. I think I'm just gonna pass from here, because their board sucks. So I think I'm just good to pass. If you ever need advice on a jump left deck, I'm your guy. All right, I'll remember that. I'm writing your name down. But yeah, so that's why when like some of you guys in chat say like, "Yo, trust me, this is what you need, or that's what you should do," or like this, it's like, I mean, like, it's like fine for you to say that, but like I also want to like form my own opinion, right? Like, I want to be the innovator. I don't just want to be. I want to be. If I have the time to, I want to be the innovator. You know. Should maybe put this on here. But if you don't have the time to be the innovator, then it's fine to like use someone else's work to maximize efficiency. Dude, I have to enter. My Flaffy's gonna be swinging soon. I'm not even gonna play that. I'm just gonna pass. I think that random people in chat had to be, and it's and like I like to not to say that I don't when anyone in chat like wants to voice their opinion, that's fine. But it's like when like you're asserting yourself as the authority. It's like I don't know. I think I want to put my own time to that. Like yeah. When you're asserting yourself as like the authority and being like, this is what you should do, that's what you have to do. It's like, or you could be like saying something like, no, you should play 14 RNG. I'm a Miraidon player. That's all you should play. There's never any reason to play any whatsoever. It's like, okay, that's kind of like standoffish. But if you're like, I've tried the 15, I've tried the 16, they didn't feel like they really added that much. Like, you know, instead of like asserting yourself as an authority, like having a conversation about it. There's two different ways to like say it, you know. So I'm all for like you guys like saying your opinions and then like having a reaction to it. It's just when you assert yourself as authority, it's a little bit standoffish. You know what I'm saying? My deck is the best out there. Also, like as a player, you should never assume you have the perfect 60 cards as well. That's always like a bad. You should never assume you have the perfect 60 cards. You always want to be. There is a perfect 60 cards for every archetype in any meta at any tournament for any tournament meta, and you should always be trying to acquire that perfect 60. But you should play, or you should like test with the idea that you'll never actually get to the perfect 60 cards, and you'll always come up a little bit short. But you should always be in search of that perfect 60, because it's like possible you start testing with the deck 2 weeks before a tournament with a certain 60 cards, and then when the tournament comes around, it's possible you changed 0 cards. Like that's possible. That's like fine. Yeah, it's possible you change 0 cards, and that's fine. But you should still be always like even playing 0 cards, you should still always be in search of that perfect 60. Yo, you guys see that? See, Switch moved my Flaffy. Switch card gonna do that there. I'm just saying. How common is Mawile? Not very common at all, especially in Lugia. It's not common at all. Yeah, so always be in search of the perfect 60, but it's very possible you start with the 60 cards 2 weeks before a tournament, and then literally the night before the tournament you've changed 0 cards. But you always want to be thinking about how could I improve this, and you always want to be like trying stuff out. Like maybe you try out like 20 different things from the initial 60 you had, but you just go back to what the initial 60 was. That's fine. It's fine if you don't end up changing anything. You just want to be playing with the idea of, okay, what is the perfect 60? But always assume you're never there. Oh, I didn't even upload this deck list yet. I've been changing it too. I'll upload the deck list in a second. For the perfect 60, how about you start looking for I had like a joke like that recently. I forget what it was. It was like something similar to that. How about you start looking for some bitches? World's Muse, the perfect 60? Probably, to be honest. You do looking at Twitter right now, I thought there was like a Twitter thread that I was going to discuss on stream today, but maybe there wasn't. We started a new segment on the stream called meta manipulation or not. Ian Robb just tweeted. What did Ian Robb tweet? Fuck, where's the tweet? Lugia good. What do you think, chat? Meta manipulation or not? Am I registering for Toronto this year? Yeah. When is it? It's soon, right? 17 minutes. 13, 17. Dude, let's yes. All right, I'm chilling. I'm chill. Calm down. It's meta manipulation. He's playing Miraidon. I actually think the Lugia matchup against Miraidon is fine. I think it's actually fine. I don't know why people think it's so bad. It's one of those matchups I think that feels bad, then it actually is bad. Now I would have to actually sit down and like grind out a bunch of games, but there's like a lot of matchups. There's matchups in Pokemon that feel really bad, but actually at the end of the day they're like 50-50s. But the reason they feel so bad is because like one deck, a lot of its wins come from literally just winning on turn 1. Like Miraidon against Lugia. A lot of Miraidon's win is like donking your lone Lugia or pathing you and you just lose on turn 2 because they had path. But I think if you actually play the matchup like 100 games, it'll end up like 50-50. And the thing is, when Lugia wins, Lugia has to sit there for like 3 or 4 turns, and there's still like maybe the potential for Miraidon to make a comeback. So that's why it feels worse That's why I feel it's worse for Lugia than Miraidon. But at the end of the day, it's still close to like a 50-50, I feel like, most of the time. I want to path them, but I also want to use Miraidon. Do I hope to get the path? No, I think I do just go path Iono, to be honest. I don't even attach it, because if I get a generator plus an attach active, I'm assuming I'm drawing into an energy here. Dude, this deck slaps. Student, can you briefly explain the flying Pikachu but no VMAX? I mean, the VMAX like isn't necessary. It just feels like it's the better in the specifically the Lost Zone matchup. It feels like it's the better pivot over the Zero Aura. So that's why I'm playing it. The VMAX you could include, but the VMAX doesn't really do too much in too many matchups. So that's why I'm not including it. But please don't associate me with this deck. All right. Dude, my generators are. Wait, did I whiff on both, or I've only played one? Oh, I only played one, but I did whiff. Dude, my generators are crazy, bro. I like VMAX in the mirror. I mean, the VMAX doesn't do very much in the mirror, though, because you have, like, so many liabilities on your bench. But it can, like, buy you a turn, I guess. You can go, like, Iono plus hit with the VMAX, hope they don't have boss. Against Guardy, it's okay against Guardy. You can just kill with Baby Guardy reversal. But some people aren't playing, like, the double reversal, so it definitely gains some value against those kind of Guardy builds. I think I'm a pretty big fan of the double reversal build, though. Love having Magnezone V-Star to Charizard, Lost Tina, and Guardy. That card sucks. It is cringe. Dude, I'm getting freaking cooked. Alright, this better be an insane fleet-footed coming up here. Cope? Wait, what's Cope? Sheep? No, my sheep's fine. Dude, what? Did they just go turn 2 triple rare candy, bro? What? Dude, that's even like absurd for this deck. Worker's better? I don't know, dude. Every time I play a worker, I wish I could have boss or Iono'd, man. Not every time, but close to every time. Dude, I'm getting cooked. This is actually still winnable, though, to be honest. It's not looking good, but it's still winnable. This is actually winnable because they actually can't KO this Raikou next turn unless they have like a vacuum. Winnable. Well, let's do this first, I guess, because I wouldn't mind drawing into a Pokegear. Actually, that's not that bad because like Serena's pretty bad, but the boss is actually pretty good. Just work out when the workers are good and use it on those turns so you don't have to. But sometimes you just only have worker. Only have work. My base problem is in the Lost Tina matchup because you don't get to also like if you need to attack under the path. My biggest problem with it is in the Lost Tina match. Oh, I can't actually attack with this because of the No, we're getting a path this turn. I need a path this turn. I'm losing this game if I don't get a path this turn. Let me cook. I kind of want to research. I should go with these. That's a lot of gust effects going. I kind of need. Dude, this is tough. Calm down. Chill out, chat. All right, we're gonna do this. Dude, I prized a Mareep, bro. Dude, these sheep are letting me down. All right, we're fine. Yeah, my problem with that is in the Lost Tina matchup. It's like sometimes Lost Tina is just ahead on the board, and if you worker, then you lose because you didn't Iono them. That's my problem with it more so than anything, to be honest. That's what I felt has been like really annoying. Is a Lost Tina matchup. I want to be able to Iono them. Sometimes you can't if you have to worker, or if you only drew into the worker and you didn't find the stadium, like an extra stadium out. I guess I would go as far as like saying maybe you want like 4 stadium outs, but one of them would become a worker at that point. I think for sure. I don't want to disrupt their hand, right? Because they did all of this, but that's all they did. Like their hand is probably pretty tapped on resources. Iono draws me a lot of cards though. Shoot, all right, I'm locked in. We're locking it. I guess let's me. Well, then I should have like I don't know. I shouldn't, to be honest. Dude, come on, man. Killing me. They could no, they guarantee the boss with the stupid bird. But they have to hard retreat this. Maybe that's enough. Stupid pigeon. Probably keeping the bosses correct. I could have boss KO'd the bird though. Maybe I should have just boss KO'd the bird. No, because then like puts me on 4, that gets them plus. Then this thing is like KOing everything. Because I can't boss KO bird and then like Raichu. It's like not possible. I have to go for a 2-hit KO first. Or I wanted to go for a 2-hit KO first, but now I don't even know. I don't even know, to be honest now. I just didn't have the, I don't think I have the ability. Oh my gosh, I didn't get a stadium. Dude. I'm like so zoned. Yeah, I can't, no, I could have attached, so I could have gone attach active boss KO bird. Maybe that was fine. They were on 5 prize cards. Dude, I should have boss KO'd the bird, to be honest. Because then I just hope they don't have boss. Okay, what I should have done, dude, I was too distracted talking about worker and guardy. What I should have done is go attach active. All right, we have 10 minutes until registration, so I'm going to focus on registering first, and then I'll queue up another game. What I should have done was just attach active boss KO the bird, because even then, the Charizard actually can't KO my active. And I just hope they don't have boss in hand. If they have boss in hand, I'd probably just lose. But without the bird and them exhausting like their whole hand last turn, they probably don't have boss. So I should just go attach active, boss the bird, knockout. Wait, does that even knock it out? 120. Yeah, it would knock it out. Boss attach active, ignore the stadium, boss KO the bird, knock out the bird, hope that their Charizard has to swing back into me. And then I can just punch the Charizard back for a turn. Oh, that was definitely the play. Yeah, that's definitely the play. Out of curiosity, what makes Magnezone V-Star a terrible card? It's just like a terrible card. He's negated by Manaphy. Yeah, that was a bad response for me. Yeah, Manaphy is just like Manaphy's just too good against the card. Like everyone has every deck that you want to use it against, they have Manaphy, and like you hard telegraph the card. If the basic Pokemon is the thing that had the V-Star power, then that would be different. But it's not. It's the evolution. So you bench your Magnezone, and they're like, okay, bench Manaphy, and you're like, okay. And you just have 2 dead cards in your deck. Like you just look at each other for a second, and you're like, all right, okay. It just doesn't do anything. It hurts your win percentage. Playing the card hurts your win percentage in a tournament. What Lost Box do I like more right now? Okay. Appreciate the detailed response. I do what I can. Yeah, it's just like super telegraphed when you're using it, and it's just like at that point you just have 2 dead cards in your deck. At that point, you're just like, well, here we are. And like it even loses more value in a best 2 out of 3 because like if game 1 they like overbench, game 2 and game 3 they just like fix their bench and then 78 USD. Yeah, bro, Canada's expensive. Use Magnezone's first attack to pull up Manaphy, then yeah, but they just kill you then. They literally just KO your Magnezone and then you just lose the game. If you're doing that, your thing just dies. You appreciate that prime sub there. Bruh. BY JR. Surely good for the Lost Box matchup? No. It doesn't do anything in the Lost Box anymore. It used to potentially do something in the Lost Box matchup because they had to Clara to recover Manaphy. But now they just go Super Rod Nest Ball and they have it back on the bench. And if you're up against Guardy, they literally just want to KO you probably. Everyone says the best way to get better is just to play more games. Is there anything other than that, just grinding games we can do? Make sure you're getting high quality games. I think that's something I've been preaching recently. Because I don't think a lot of people like people like here just play games of Pokemon and they just go play games of Pokemon. But get high quality games of Pokemon where you're actually like you're just sitting there and focusing on just the game. You're not distracted by like talking to your friends or watching a TV show or like playing some other video game or whatever else it might be. Just like you and the game or you and a testing partner and a match, and that's it. You try and get high quality games of Pokemon in. Like these games I get on stream are like they're fine, but like I'm distracted all the time by talking to chat and stuff, which I'm fine with. But they are like definitely a lower quality of game because of that. So I could be getting higher quality games of Pokemon if it was just me and PTCG Live. And then I can go over like the stages to it too. Give me a second. Hang on. First thing we gotta do is focus on registering, and then we'll focus on everything else. Do you track these games? No, I don't. But I was thinking about maybe starting to do that when I'm like going, like when I'm playing this many games with like a Miraidon deck or like any deck. I was thinking about maybe tracking the games. Yeah, like at the lowest level of games, like in terms of like how valuable a game can be and like the highest quality you can get out of it would be like PTCG Live ladder, where you just focus on playing on the ladder, not having anything else distracting you, watching a show or anything like that. Listening to music is probably fine. A step up from that would be playing against yourself, and testing that way. Like just playing on PTCG Live ladder is like kind of just like practice, whereas like testing would be doing something like playing against yourself, or having a testing group or testing partner or people you test with regularly and testing with them. Once again, to get like, but you want to be just like focused on the games of Pokemon, don't have anything else distracting you, just like be focused on playing the game of Pokemon. And in terms of when you're playing with testing partners, to get like the highest quality of games out of that you and your testing partners are testing with, you want to play open-handed, be constantly discussing and talking about plays. What should I do here? What should you do here? Even if you're playing open-handed, don't play as if you know what's in your opponent's hand if you shouldn't. But like all of a sudden, if you like realize, oh wait, you using boss's orders here is like a better play, that's something you should adjust your play around. And also, when you're playing with a testing partner, you can like take stuff back and like try and create an optimal board state instead of just like playing a game of Pokemon and seeing what the result is. You'd much rather, so like if someone misplays, be like, hey, I think actually this would have been better, and then you just like reverse the game state to that part, and then you play from there. You're always trying to create like an optimal board state, so you actually have an idea of what the matchup truly is like, and then like fix mistakes and stuff. Do I test a lot with a lot in testing group? No, I don't test a lot with my testing group, but I try and do as much as I can. Do I track the stream games? No, I don't. But something I've been thinking about doing when I'm like playing this many games with like a certain deck, like the Miraidon or something like that. Limitless Sim is great for testing against yourself. Yeah, like using the Limitless Simulator or whatever to test against yourself is gonna be like is like playing on ladder is like good practice, but it's not really testing. But it's like I want to know how this deck does like against a certain matchup, instead of just being like, well, I'm 10-0 against it on the PTCGO ladder where my opponent's probably throwing every single game. You should like be like, all right, I think I can play this deck better than I would get from playing on PTCG Live ladder. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna play myself in this matchup to try and see how it feels like it goes. Am I waiting on Toronto registration? Yeah. And then we'll get back into the action. Registration comes first. Can you scroll on the deck list? It's in the Discord if you want to see it. You appreciate that Prime sub there. Real too easy. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're fresh out of Gatorade, but we got plenty of marmalade. The playing open-handed thing is the hardest thing to get my local player base to do. Well, it's because so many more people are concerned with like winning. I've tested with people in the past who are more concerned with like winning the game of Pokemon than trying to get the optimal, trying to see what the optimal result is. The only thing, like so you have to find the thing you have to do to go out of your way to do first is find like-minded people who are trying to get better at the game and are only want to concern themselves with when they're playing Pokemon, they're trying to get better at Pokemon. And they don't care about winning, they care about getting better. You have to find those people first, and then you have to start working with them consistently. People who want to get better at the game, not just that want to win, who want to like see, like who want to like get optimal testing done. Gotta find those people. Also, egos in my experience, people don't want to be criticized. Yeah, I'm very lucky where I've been with like the same people for a while, and me and Caleb kind of pick and choose who we work with. Like me and Caleb have the exact same mindset. And everyone in our testing group back when we were DDG had the exact same mindset as well for the most part. And then now me and Caleb have gotten to the point where we don't put up with any bullshit. So the people we work with either have the exact same mindset as us or we're just done working with you. So, and we obviously we don't work with very many people and we don't like switch up who we work with very often at all. So the people we find are the people we want to work with. Like we just know what we are exactly on the same page. Me and Caleb are, and we know and we know exactly who the mindset that people will need to have if they want to work with us. So, so I guess I got kind of lucky in that sense. Well, maybe not lucky. I just like realized it when I had it, and then we've just kind of like been working together this whole time. Yeah, the first thing you have to do is like find like-minded people, who have just the goal of wanting to improve. So like James mentioned like the ego thing. That's like something I haven't experienced too much because I've been working with the same people for so long. But I know what I want, so like I don't like when I would approach someone to try and work with them, you know, it'd be pretty evident to me pretty early on if like they would work or not work with like mine and Caleb's system. I like almost missed the. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm in. Let's see how fast this one fills up. I like missed it for a second though. I missed it for a second. Hello, this is Metapod Museum and Instagram. I'm the largest Metapod collector in the world. If anyone has any Metapod misprints. Does that deserve a timeout? I don't know. Kind of weird to be obsessed with Metapod. I wonder if that on itself deserves a timeout. So almost missed Reg. I mean, if it didn't fill up that fast, then I didn't really ever miss. It's better to be in the first 10 seconds and not worry about potentially being like finished in 10 seconds, but it depends how fast it takes for it to fill. I don't know. The first message in chat, trying to use my chat to try and find people to. Yeah, I don't know. I think it deserves a timeout. I have like-minded people, but we're uncertain of the best way to improve and get better. But we're fairly new. What should an optimal testing session look like? Okay, yeah. Also with testing, you like the one thing I didn't mention with testing specifically. So if you get on PTCG Live, that's like practicing, right? Because you can't like you could put a goal behind what you're doing in terms of like your deck list, but like you can't really test like certain matchups or anything, right? Because you can't be like, I'm gonna get on the PTCG Live ladder and play 10 games against Lost Box. Because who knows if you hit Lost Box 10 times, right? Now you could get on PTCG Live ladder right now and have a decent amount of games against like Lost Tina. And what are the top decks? Like Guardy, Lost Box. You get some decent games. Lost Tina, you'd play against a lot. So you could probably get a decent idea of that matchup. But usually when you play on PTCG Live Ladder, you're more working on your list than you'll get some information on how a matchup should play out, but you're not going to get as much as you would if you just like played against that deck like 20 times in a row. So when you're testing with someone, you need to put a goal behind what your testing is. Okay, I'm sitting down and our current goal, and this is also why this is why I think this is like a big deal for testing groups as well, is to actually be playing the same deck. Because if you're not playing the same deck, then your time testing together is split. Like if me and you are testing and you're playing Lugia at Pittsburgh and I'm playing Guardy, it's like, well, I want to test Guardy against, I don't know, Chien Pao. It's like, okay, I'll play Chien Pao against you. And then you're like, I want to play Lugia against Miraidon. It's okay, I'll play Miraidon against you. Because then our time is split, right? If like we're both locking in different decks. But if we lock in the same deck, we can just go back and forth on playing that deck against everything else that much more, and then we'll get a better understanding of the deck and the matchups and all that stuff. So, I think ideally, not only do you get a testing group of like-minded players who are all just wanting to look to improve and become better at the game, but also playing with the idea of playing the exact same 60 cards, I think also is like, it's really hard to get people on that page for sure. Once again, that's why I feel like I've gotten a little bit lucky with initially I got maybe a little bit lucky, but now I know exactly who the people I want to work with. So like if me and Caleb ever want to find more people to work with, you know, which is like kind of trial and error at that point, but we know exactly what we're looking for at this point. So, I got you, Jonesy. I got you. Do you ever practice with people who specialize or have played a deck for a long time? No, because that's not really a thing that actually matters. It does matter to an extent, but it's not a thing. People who are like that, like I think there's like some people think that's like a thing in Pokemon. Like there's, like this person, like you can become really good with a specific Pokemon deck and not actually be a good Pokemon TCG player. Like you can be really good with a specific deck, but actually not be a good Pokemon TCG player, which is possible. But the Pokemon TCG isn't hard enough to the point where you won't be able to catch up to someone who has played a deck for a very long time if you're a really good player. If you're a really good player, you can become really good at any deck in not that much time. If the Pokemon game was a lot harder, then there would be situations that would come up where it's like, I just can't get good enough at this deck in time for this tournament, even if you're like 2 or 3 weeks away from the tournament. But the Pokemon TCG is not that hard. So that's not really a thing. Like, that's not really a thing if you want to really like learn a deck specifically. Outside of control, I don't think specialization is irrelevant. I think specialization is irrelevant. Yeah, I think for the most part it's pretty much irrelevant. As long as you have a decent amount of time to put into the deck. Yeah, as long as you have a decent amount of time to put into the deck. Or learn a deck. It depends how much time you have. At some point there could be some value in it if it's like really close to a tournament, but you'd have to be pretty close to the tournament. Tor, did that practice against known Japanese Lost Zone Tina players? I would have to see that in practice more to actually see how much value. There is some value to be gained, but it's like how much value is gained versus the time committed to something like going out of your way to make something like that happen. There definitely is some value to be gained from it, but it's like is the value worth the trade-off? Would be the question. And in Pokemon TCG specifically, for me, it's definitely not worth the trade-off because the amount of time I'd have to invest in all that kind of stuff would be like, I'd rather just stream and make YouTube videos, to be honest. There could be a point where Pokemon gets more competitive to the point where I would want to invest more time into it, but like, I just got top 4 at Worlds where I played a deck that I played zero games with before the tournament. Like, I feel like I'm good enough, like, and it doesn't mean I couldn't gain more percentage points if I put more time into the game on a try-hard competitive sense. Because I already put like a lot of time into Pokemon, but there definitely is like a huge difference between like try-hard competitive testing, and like me just playing a lot on stream and making YouTube videos and stuff. There's some value there, but it's definitely not as valuable as like actually just like sitting down and grinding super try-hard games of Pokemon. That's pretty good now, win Worlds. So I'm like content currently with how competitive the Pokemon TCG is and my results I'm getting for the time I'm putting in. But there is value to be gained by going the extra step, which which players like Tord do. Tord definitely puts in that extra step, and that's why Tord is the most successful player in the game. But I am content currently with my results in the game compared to how much time I put into it in that sense of like super try hard stuff. If I had infinite time, I would definitely put more time into it, but pretty good now, Showcat. All right, we're registered, I think. How many players are registered already for this? It is the East Coast tournament, which are pretty big. There's already over 1,000 players registered, but we're 10 minutes in, so it's not like instantly filling up. So my content being mid, you're still here, Soda. Also, to know if you're a good player, you would be consistent in your tournaments. Yeah. And if you're not getting consistent tournament results, you have to keep working on your process. And figure out what's wrong with your process and why you're not getting there. Do you think taking small breaks during testing helps? Yeah, definitely. Like getting a mental reset is definitely, that's something that when we're like testing and grinding games, I'm like, yo, we need a break. Let's go get some food. Like I'm the one who initiates breaks probably more so than anyone when we're testing. I'm like, all right, let's pack this for a little while. I'm kind of brain dead right now. Let's go get some food and then we'll come back and test some more games. I'd say I initiate the breaks more so in my group than anyone. You just need that food reset. If you went a couple seasons without any notable play scenes, maybe 0 top 16 straight, would you be discouraged from playing at all? No, I don't think so. As long as like my content stuff is still growing, like I already know that competing is currently, we're getting closer to competing being a potential end goal for me as like a career, because like the prize pool just increased. If it goes further, if more sponsorship opportunities arise on just like the playing side of things, then it's possible that for me I could commit less time to streaming and making videos and more time to just straight up competing and, you know, make that my career path. But currently my career path is definitely, the content is the better career path, and I'm comfortable with that. So things would have to change up in terms of the potential, the monetary potential from just being a full-time competitor for me to consider investing more into that. Currently I'm trying to invest as much as I can into the content side of things, because that is a more stable, better career path for me, and probably definitely a more realistic one. So currently, I'm trying to invest as much into the content stuff. Like I'm trying to stream more consistently, upload more consistently, YouTube videos and stuff like that. I haven't uploaded a YouTube video in like over a month now. Hopefully I get my first one uploaded tomorrow, being back, but I'm having another break with Pittsburgh coming up, so I'm not like stressing about it. And I'm not like too worried about that stuff either. Like I'm getting back into the flow of everything. We'll get there. Would I consider becoming a caster? Yeah, at some point probably. I wouldn't mind doing the casting thing at some point as well. That would definitely be something that I would consider for sure, doing the casting thing. Once I'm kind of like, I mean, like I think for like the order of like what I do now is I do YouTube, I do content. Let's put it all under content. I do content, coaching, and competing. The first thing that I want to go and like no longer do when I'm okay with comfortable with giving it up would be coaching. I still potentially maybe want to do some kind of coaching where like I work with like, I would only want, like at some point I want my coaching to just become like, currently I just coach whoever wants to schedule a coaching session with me on Medify, but I eventually want my coaching to be where I only work with a couple people for like a whole season. And I'm like, at the beginning of a season, I'm going to be like, I'm opening up applications to get coaching from me for the whole season and like take on like 4 students for like the whole season or something. That's what I want my coaching to become eventually. And that's like the first thing I want to cut back on and cut down to just being that. And then from there, depending on where competing, the potential for competing and casting is, and then content is kind of like the thing that I'm like leaning on the most as far as a career choice. But like I said, if there becomes more money in competing, whether that be prize pool increases, being a professional, incentives from TPCI, or just like sponsorship opportunities to play full time in the competing side of things, then I would consider doing more competing over content. But right now I'm trying to lean as much into the content as I can, and then just keep up what I can with competing. Full season coaching would be expensive though. It would be, yeah. It would be for like, I'm not gonna lie, like that kind of thing would be definitely geared towards juniors and seniors with like rich parents. Like that would be that would be like the idea of it for sure. Am I taking applications for juniors for the whole season? I mean, currently, yes. It's just not something I advertise. But like if someone approached me with trying to do that, then I would definitely be interested in doing that. I would definitely be interested in doing that. It's not something like I advertise currently, but because my coaching schedule right now is really full, but I would definitely try and make time to try and do something like that, potentially. How much? I don't know. I'd have to like figure out a price for all that kind of stuff. It's not something I've like overly thought about because it's not something I'm like locked in on trying to make work yet. How much though? No clue. Yeah. How much coaching do I do per week? I can just look it up. Hold up. It's like 2 hours every day, except Mondays. Yeah, 2 hours every day except Monday and Tuesdays. I've like scaled my coaching back a lot. So I do 2 hours, 5 days a week. So 10 hours a week is currently where I'm at. I used to do a lot more, but the coaching is super draining. Like the coaching, and also I don't like coaching. Like after 2 hours of coaching, I'm kind of like mentally burnt. Like a lot of talking, a lot of thinking throughout the coaching session. So like I'm kind of mentally burnt after 2 hours. So I don't really want to ever do more than 2 hours a day because I don't want to provide a worse product, which is my coaching. So I would maybe like, I don't do coaching on Mondays or Tuesdays. Mondays because that's like my day off. I used to do coaching on Mondays, but I stopped doing that because I was like, I just kind of want the full day off on Mondays. I got to do the podcast, work on some video stuff. And that's also a day that I sometimes travel back from regional. So sometimes I'm not even available on Mondays anyway. So I completely cut Mondays out. And I had already cut Tuesdays out from coaching as well. So now it's just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 hours each day. I'm available for 2 hours each day. I might bring Tuesdays back into the mix. But yeah. Yeah, I don't do that much coaching. Coaching is so draining. Yeah, like, and like I could do 3 or 4 hours of coaching, but my quality of coaching would definitely, once I realized that my quality of coaching drops off pretty heavily after 2 hours, I was like, I don't want to provide a worse product. So I'd rather just cut back on my coaching, and then, you know, my schedule's still been filling up. Like my schedule was already filling up back then, and when I cut back on hours, you know, obviously it stayed filled. So I was like, I should need to find like a happy medium, because I've like been through a lot of stretches in my life where I like would try and do as much as possible, but like with like learning more about just like healthy lifestyle choices and like working out and good sleep schedule, having a balanced life is so much more, it's just so much better. Like having an understanding that you don't have to do everything all at once all the time, and just like doing what is comfortable so you're not burnt out all the time, you know, still getting stuff done and still trying to progress and become bigger and more and all those things. But then like, you know, knowing your limits, I think is like a really important thing, just kind of learn in life. Yeah, knowing your limits and then figuring out what those are, and then like you know, doing as much as you can with those. But, you know, wake up every day feeling energized and ready to get it is like a pretty big deal. But if you just burn yourself out by doing 12 hours of coaching every single day, like, yeah, it's just not gonna, you're gonna wake up the next day and feel like shit, you know? So much more life is so much more enjoyable when you wake up ready to go get it, you know? What are they have a Spiritomb, but I don't know what they're playing. Do I offer PokeDad concession rates? Wait, what? Concession rates like conceding? No, I don't have those yet. Maybe something I should think about doing that. Yeah, I have no clue what I'm up against here. I think we should go attach to the Raikou. I kind of want to attach to a Miraidon though. Also, if what does this mean? What are they playing? Is it probably Lost Tina? I almost want to attach to a Miraidon though. Yeah, I'll attach here. You say that like people doing their regular jobs all day aren't burnt out and hate it. I just never said that. When did I ever say that? What, like, when did I ever say that? I never said. I'm just saying, like, that's like, I'm just saying, finding a balance in your life is an important thing to do and will lead to a happier life. I've been there. I used to do landscaping full time. Before I left Boston, I did landscaping full time. But I actually loved landscaping, to be honest. I was actually like, I did want to get out of it. And I did want to try and do the Pokemon thing whole time, but that's a whole different sentence. That's what I'm saying. Dude, they just eliminated under their own spirit too. Oh my gosh. Dude, we gotta get out of Alakazam rank, bro. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's literally a whole different sentence. I just never said anything like that. I never implied anything like that. Yeah, I don't work a normal 9 to 5. That's true. I've done it before, but then I had an opportunity to potentially do this Pokemon thing full time, and I took it and I tried it, and I've been able to make something out of it so far. But I was just promoting the idea of having like a healthy lifestyle, finding balance in whatever it is you're doing, so you don't feel like shit all the time. Because I used to try and do as much as possible in terms of coaching, and it was just so much, bro. It burnt me out so hard. So I tried to find like a schedule where I can do the coaching, but I just like it doesn't burn me out, and I can consistently do it and keep up with my schedule consistently. No, I mean, if a mod wants to message you, Jonesy, they can. If you're talking about why you got timed out, I'm the one who timed you out. I'm proud of it. What are we doing here? Kind of feel like we're cooking, but we might not be. One Path isn't even that good against them. What did I say? It was on while I was away. Oh, they were just being annoying. If it was a kid, they were just being annoying. It's not a big deal. It's nothing like, it wasn't anything that bad. I'll become a lot more. How much trouble is he in? No, he's not in that much trouble. I'll become a lot more aggressive with my timing out recently. If anyone in chat says something that just annoys me, I'm just timing people out. Now it's only when you continue to be annoying that I'm actually gonna ban you. But if you're not continuously annoying, then you're chill. But yeah, I'm pretty aggressive with the timeouts. Yeah, if you get timed out in my chat, because people say it all the time when I time people out, that they're like, have you considered doing coaching as content? Yeah, it's definitely something I thought about. I think it's something I'll try and bring to my content a little bit more on as far as YouTube videos and stuff goes. Like just more like I'm like really bad at just trying to. I'm okay at talking, but I'm really bad at trying to put something out there like that in like a video though. I'm just kind of like bad at that kind of stuff. Yeah, whenever people get timed out and then they complain to the mods afterward, I'm probably the one that timed you out. I probably do like over 50% of the timing out in chat. Just because like when someone's being annoying, I don't want to see it, so I time you out. Definitely something I've thought about, Polycrastinator, for sure. And hey, let's go! I wouldn't have benched the second Miraidon if I knew they were playing
I don't even remember the name of the Pokemon, to be honest. Come on, what is it? Scissor. Honestly, if I just thought about Scyther, I would have got to Scissor. But I like ignored Scyther. I was just trying to think of the name of the Pokemon. With the Bee Bear? Oh, dude, all right. Who let them cook, bro? I don't know if you answered this before, but I'm curious, how much were you approached by people trying to buy your card after Worlds? A lot. Those things go crazy, man. It's actually pretty insane. All right. Should I ever boss KO something? Did I get third or fourth? I got fourth. Dude, Pram is so lucky, bro. What the heck? Dude, I just put another ability in play. Oh, wait, but Path shuts off all my abilities. Okay, that's cool. I'm not going to put another ability in play. I mean, I can't really not put the Flaffy in play. Oh my gosh. I can't really not put Flaffy in play here. I mean, I could, but like... Can I say the number that was offered? I'm not going to, no. Dude, did I try another energy? I'll say a lot. Oh, I didn't get a path. Dude, I maybe should have searched out a path there, actually. I just completely, like, spaced on that, to be honest. I wasn't even thinking. I should have probably got a path. Well, no, I really wanna, dude, what is his hand, bro? There's so many energy in it. Dude, what is his hand? Honestly, this kind of sucks. Probably plays Cleavor 2, I'm guessing. Wait, can you do that? It's happening third and fourth. It's just based on resistance. It was Logan Paul for 600,000. Yeah, I wonder if Logan Paul would have been interested, to be honest. I don't know. Does Logan Paul care about Pokemon anymore? Why can't you do it? Oh no, does Scyther evolve into Cleaver? I guess it does, right? I don't actually know. Does it? Okay, this Escaper was actually like saving my butt here. Dude, I can't check their law. There's no way they have 10 though. I'll just give them the one prizer at this point, I think. Yeah. Scyther evolves in the Cleaver? I didn't know that. Well, I think if I had thought about it hard enough, I probably would have known it. But damn, you can play both in there? That's actually kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. I kind of dig this, to be honest. They got something going on here. Let me just path and chill. I don't even, now that I know they play Cleaver, I don't even want to bench the Flying Pikachu. They might play Vacuum, so I'm just gonna hold this. Look what you did on current online meta tournament. I think we can give Mahone the credit for the amount of Miraidon that's being played. I'm not gonna take that credit, but I will take credit for Arctina being trash. Did you see the World's Day 2 matchup spread on Twitter? I did, yeah. Arctina's rate was hilarious. Wait, now I want to see it. I mean, I don't think Arctina was as bad of a play at Worlds as it is now. Honestly, I didn't really even think about Arctina as a play at Worlds, to be honest. But currently, I would not play Arctina. And where's Foucher's? Let's see. Arceus Giratina. Bro, it's all red. Wait! Oh, wait, that's Mirror Match. Wait, this was in day 2, though, right? Yes, yeah. Dude. I was like, wait, it got a dub. 100% win rate. Oh, it's a Mirror Match. Okay. Dude, they're cooking me out here, bro. The Horn, the Scizor, wait, what? That was my Raikou in the... Oh, I attacked with the last turn. Okay, never mind. I was so confused because I thought I had to... Wait. Oh, no, this makes sense. Everything makes sense. Everything that's on board makes sense. I thought I was tripping, but we're fine. Where's the Charms? No, they're in the deck. I just literally don't find them. The Charms are in the deck. Would Charm be that impactful here?
Oh wait, I don't die. Oh, okay, we're still alive. All right, hold up. I thought we were dead. We're literally living. We're already straight living out here. I didn't expect the Iona, but maybe I guess I should have played the. I thought I was dead there, so I was like, geez, bro, we're just getting absolutely slapped around here. But actually, we're doing the slapping. Am I playing around Cleaver? Do they play Cleaver? I don't know if they play Cleaver, to be honest. Like, I'm scared of Cleaver, but I don't know if they got it like that. I mean, we might be fine. I really want a Bravery Charm. Let me give up on this. Doublestone Junior meta? Oh, you're talking about in Lugia. I'm gonna do this first. Decent shot of hitting something. But also, because I want to fleet-footed into Bravery Charm. I will force Seal Stone for it if I have to. Maybe I just prize both of them. Maybe that's why I haven't seen one. I don't want them to just like, well, I don't know. Does this matter that much, actually? Maybe this isn't worth it, because they can just cram KO my active here. I actually don't know if this is worth it, to be honest. They can still cram KO my active, but it means they can't Sableye KO Raikou KO Mareep, which is what I was playing around here. It does take that play away, but I don't know if it's worth it to actually burn my 4 Seal Stone over. Then what, they Sableye here for 3, then they just need a 2 prize. Maybe it's worth it. I actually don't know. Do you think a junior can be a testing partner of a master? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't see why not. I definitely had to think about it for a second. I mean, it depends on what level the junior's at. If they're like a top tier junior, then I would say yes. If they're, I mean, they'll improve, right? There'll be improvement. It depending on how good the junior is, it would be a. It would definitely be a process, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it depends how good the junior is. If it's a top tier junior, then I would say yeah. Juniors and Masters have pretty different metas, though. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You can still like test together. I don't see why not. Yeah, I don't see why not. There's like a little bit of a, but even with that stuff, like, even though it has nothing to do with the Pokemon T's, they didn't have nothing to do with Pokemon. That like age gaps in those kind of in like that kind of situation can still be like a, I don't know, a difference maker. Because just like, you know, like me and my testing group, we do more than just like play Pokemon. Like we hang out and stuff and talk about stuff. But like when there is like a age gap like that, like I mean, there's some things you can't talk about in front of kids and like, yeah. I mean, for the purpose of just playing Pokemon and like getting better at the Pokemon TCG by playing together, yeah, there can be improvement on both sides there from like a master and a junior playing together. But it depends on the level of the junior for sure. If they're if they have to be like a top tier. So we'll be saying naughty words. I do swear a lot. Skill level is a big deal. Might just end up being coaching at that point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Some Masters players are really bad though. So like, the junior might be teaching them. You know. You never know. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Braver Charm did kind of work out there, to be honest. Ooh, can we like make this thing? Does making this thing tankier actually matter? Not really. I'm gonna go ahead and attach this here because I'm gonna be retreating to this one next turn probably. And then I could judge, I could Iono. I'm kind of feeling like the judge this turn, maybe Iono later. So I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this game so far. We got the Iono back, which is nice. I could have gone with the Iono there. I know one less card's not really that big of a deal. I just want to disrupt them. I want to like just shuffle their hand. Oh, they have B-Barrel in play. Who cares what I'm doing to their hand? Never mind. I didn't even realize they got the B-Barrel set up. Does the B-Barrel in here make sense? I don't even know if the B-Barrel actually makes sense, to be honest. That's like so much to set up. I don't know, maybe it does. Ooh, my brave. Oh wait, yeah, they go after the Bravery Charm every time. I was like, do they ever go after the Forest Shield Stone? But that kind of sucks. I don't know how big of an impact that'll actually have, but what ranking are you right now? Oh, you're not talking to me. Just keep grinding, Tommy. You'll get there eventually. I didn't say who was coaching who. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck, dude? They play this? Dude, this deck is kind of crazy, actually. The Luminous Energy is kind of cool in here, too. Why B-Barrel, though? So you don't just get bodied by Iono. That's, like, probably the reason, yeah. All right, this, you know, I'm kind of... Dude, can you play the Scizor deck without... Damn, bro, I'm getting cooked. Dude, I just lose to Sableye next turn. That sucks. Damn. Jeez, man. Can you play this deck without Lost Zone, though? That would be my question. Can you do, like, Scizor, Charizard... You would need something else, but what else what would be the other thing? Do you have to have like Sableye? Like, do you need to play it Lost Zone? This deck seems so much cooler without Lost Zone stuff, to be honest. This deck seems so much cooler if you didn't have the Lost Zone stuff. I bench this at this point. I bench 3 abilities. What does this do? 10 plus 50. I don't know, do they have the Cleaver? I guess maybe I'm afraid of Cleaver. LDF is literally the Simpsons of PTC. That's actually pretty... that's pretty funny. That's pretty accurate. LDF did it. That's funny. Literally the Simpsons of the Pokemon TCG. Dude, I still have 3 generators left. Yo, we could still generate here. This deck's pretty cool. I guess that is the best thing you can do with the card, to be honest, as well. It probably is the best thing you can do. Yeah, it is a Scizor, yeah. The best thing you can do with Scizor isn't out yet? What's the best thing? Dude, like, we just got cooked. I mean, they are one prize a deck. Like, I don't know. Our deck does struggle against one prize decks, generally, if they draw well. I mean, to be honest, it's the B-Barrel. Like, if they didn't have the B-Barrel, I'd be feeling pretty confident right now. Well, I would have been feeling confident over, like, the last couple turns. Maybe I should have tried... If they had an opportunity to boss cap B-Barrel, I probably should have done that, to be honest, at some point. I don't know if I had that option at any point, though. I tested a Pidgeot Scizor deck. I mean, that sounds pretty bad, because putting a 2-prizer in play for your opponent to be able to go after... You definitely need more than just Scizor, because your opponent has control over what Pokemon's with abilities they put in play. So you definitely need more than just Scizor for sure. And the Charizard seems kind of cool as well. You got like a late game heavy hitter. But the question is, like, is there... Playing it in the Lost Zone engine seems kind of gimmicky. Like, I don't love the idea of like having to play it with Lost Zone, but if that's just like the best way to play the deck, then that could just be the best way to play the deck. And I guess like the B-Barrel does kind of make sense too, because you want that recovery under Iono. Like right here, maybe they would have just lost if they didn't have it, to be honest. It's possible. Golden goes to EX is the missing attacker for Scizor. I don't know about that. I need to go with some water, champ. I'll be right back. Put my water bottle. You to play Sableye seems worth. Yeah, I mean, it might just be the best way to play the deck. That's definitely possible. It's definitely cool. It looks pretty cool. All you been playing Lost Hard with Bibs. Yeah, I heard someone mention that in chat earlier. That might just be... I mean, I still think Lost Hard is probably just not a good deck, but... in Discord general chat, I'll take a look at it. That might be it. When I get back from Pittsburgh, that might be a deck I work on. This is our deck. We could maybe work on that tomorrow. That's kind of cool. Oh, this one has the grass thing. What is that Pokemon called? The pepper Pokemon? What is the pepper Pokemon called? It's like Sco... There it is. Oh, is this one though, right? How do you set this pepper Pokemon up though? What more with Lost Zard? More recently compared to the regular Zard deck? I can see. Well, when I'm saying Lost Zard, I mean Sableye Charizard, not Charizard EX Stage 2 with Lost Zone stuff. All right, chat. I'll be right back. All right. I think Golden Go is Scissor's missing piece for being BDIF. Probably. The Flying Pikachu tech? No, I can't. If I explained it, everyone would beat me at Pittsburgh, so I can't explain it. But the mystery of the lack of explanation is gonna win me Pittsburgh, so I can't. I'm sorry. Do. Oh, I see the list. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Definitely down to try that out tomorrow. There's no cleaver in here though. Wait, what's the energy cost on cleaver's attack? Isn't it 2 colorless? I guess you can't really play the cleaver. When do I leave for Pittsburgh? Tomorrow. Well, no, not tomorrow. Friday morning. Basically tomorrow. But I got one more. Wait, today's Wednesday, right? Dude, I'm tripping. Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, I leave. Cleaver needs reversal. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was 1 energy. Yeah, I leave Friday morning. I wonder if... Am I going first? I think I am, right? Yeah. We should open the Raikou for going first, I feel like. Get off that fleet-footed. Start to build it up. We're up against Chi and Pao. Sure. Oof, that's a good one. Hey, that's pretty sick. Means I don't have to burn my Forest Sealstone to get set up here. The Miraidon is like our best attacker in this matchup, right? Pretty sure. Miraidon. I want to set up double sheep if I can. Path, Force Seal. Should I grab? Do I want to keep the question is, do I want to keep the benches open for right? I could just bench one of the Raichus right now, right? There's nothing else to bench anyways. But Flying Pikachu later, but they might have a KO by then, so that would be fine. Second Raikou, trying to get up double footed could be a thing. I don't know why. Well, if they have like Arceus, I'd want the Raichu maybe or something like that. And I should put this in play as well. They sometimes play a vacuum, but they usually play more Iona than they play vacuums. Active or bench. Where am I going to want my... In the late game, where am I going to want the Braver Charm? Probably on the Raichu more so than the Raikou, so I'll put this here. And they can't like knock me out turn 1 or anything, so... Alright, we're chilling. Raiku's good if they overbench. Yeah, but I already have one. I could say the other one for later. They just shouldn't overbench it. They just have to like... Well, that's true. I guess they could fill their bench now, and now I don't have a bench space for a Raikou. And it'd be hard to get my active Raikou set up to be able to actually take a knockout. Yeah, that's true. But like, they just shouldn't overbench here. They just shouldn't overbench here. Do you have any opinions on 1 prize versus 2 prize decks? Not really. The only thing that, like, if your goal is just to win as much as possible, the only thing you should be concerned with is win rate. Isn't a 1 prize deck that can consistently set up so stake knockouts inherently better? No. The only thing that matters is win rate. That's literally all that matters. Oh my. Oh shit. Okay, we can give it the Raichu. I also want to give up a Miraidon over a Mareep. Energy acceleration though. The energy acceleration. We don't have too flaffy in the deck. Alright, I'll give up these 2. Yeah, literally the only thing that matters is win rate. Like, if you're winning the most and you're a 4 prize deck, like, it doesn't matter if you're winning more than the 1 prize decks and you're a 4 prize deck, even though it doesn't exist. Who cares that your Pokemon are worth 4 prize cards and theirs are worth 1? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all that matters is win rate at the end of the day. If your goal is to win as much as possible. If your goal is to play a 1 prize deck, it changes and you can try it. What I think is the best 1 prize deck? And they're not going into your Mareeps. Oh yeah, what the heck, dude? I just freaking threw. Dude, I keep doing that, bro. I keep benching down double Mareep against Greninja decks. What am I doing, man? I'm trolling. I definitely should have. I definitely should have discarded a Mareep there for sure. I never should have put down 2 Mareep to begin with. Ooh, what do we got going on here? This is something. That's a double mixed sheep. I only have 1 sheep in the deck, actually. No, this is correct. Yes, correct. It's correct. I'm cooking. We've gone like a little bit further, but I don't want to like. I want to attach this energy, I think. I was like thinking that I shouldn't have played the Ultra Ball and I should have used this other fleet-footed first, but that doesn't make any sense. Now we switch. Then we use this one. But I'm just gonna get bopped by Greninja. Dude, I'm trolling. I'm trolling with the double sheep, bro. Why am I always trolling with the double sheep, bro? I gotta stop putting down 2 sheep when you shouldn't put down... I've done it so many times now. I had another game earlier where I lost because I put down double sheep. Just hold the sheep, bro. Just hold on to your sheep. Grasp them by their... fluff? I don't know. Put it back in the deck. At least opponent over bench. Yeah, I mean, I got that going for me, I guess. Bravery Charm the sheep. Oh, shoot. Maybe I should have done that, actually. I maybe should have actually used this for Bravery Charm for my Mareep. That actually probably was the play, to be honest. Yeah. I definitely should have, like, Force Seal Stone for a... because that would have completely shut their play down, and then I'm just, like, in a fine spot for the rest. Well, no. They sometimes play Vacuum, though. Yeah, then I would just get Vacuumed. It's probably not correct. I feel like a majority of them play Vacuum. I could be wrong on that. This dude has no idea what's going on. Nah, they're cooking. Let them cook. Let them cook. No, they're cooking. They're cooking. They're cooking. Dude, they're cooking. I'm cooked, bro. Maybe they'll bench. Do you think they'll bench another Pokemon? Dude, they had it too, bro. Jeez. Wait. Oh my gosh. Why not Seal Stone for Path? There was literally a path in play before they put this in play. I had a path in play. Wait, did I? Maybe I'm trolling. No, I had a path in play, right? Wait, did I not? All right, maybe I am trolling. I swear I had a path in play, but I guess I didn't. You had path? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't even know if I would have wanted to burn Force Seal Stone on getting a path anyways, though, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of stadiums in the Chi and Pow decks right now. They bumped it last turn. Yeah. Awesome. I don't think so. No. Dude, I can't believe I'm trolling this hard, though. What's my win con now? I guess I could boss KO the Baxcalibur here, right? There's so much energy set up, though. Maybe boss KO B-Barrel. Yeah, well, let's see what this does first. I think it is boss KO B-Barrel. Dude, I'm just throwing. Classic throws. I definitely should have not benched 2 sheep. Optimal to not. So it's going to be boss KO B-Barrel, then I own it next turn or something like that. But they might just be able to put an absurd amount of energy in play, right? Yeah, they might just actually be able to put an absurd... They're probably just going to put an absurd amount of... They just have 2 Chi and Pows with like 10 energy in play. Yeah, I think I'm just cooked, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm just cooked. Oh, I did attach return. Bro, I'm literally... Dude. What? I didn't even attach return. I can't even KO this Chi and Pow. Dude, what? I'm on autopilot right now. It's a good thing this is my last game. It's a good thing this is my last game. I'm absolutely just throwing. Holy smokes. No focus. No focus, bro. Cooked. That's a good thing this is my last game. It's okay. Generator will fix this. Dude, not with the way my generators have been going. They haven't fixed anything. How many, dude, I need so much next turn. I'm probably playing Iono. To be honest, maybe Roxanne is the truth, man. I don't know. Maybe Roxanne is the truth. The Roxanne here would be pretty sick, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. But, like, I've had so many early game Ionos where it's, like, my only supporter, I go Iono, gets 6. Like, I don't know. That's tough. I don't know, man. That's tough. I'm not sure. Double chi and power. Yeah, how many energy are they gonna have in play? If they like have 0 energy in play when I owner them, there's definitely. Jeez. I think they're gonna have a lot of energy in play here. Wait, what if? No, is that possible? They usually play a switch card. I was gonna say, what if they put all their energy in play but none on Baxcalibur and they boss Baxcalibur and it gets stuck in the active? Look how fast that is. I wish Guardian's ability was that. Dude, I'm getting Iono'd, bro. Just cook me, man. I'm done. One. Yeah, dude, I just have nothing, bro. I'm absolutely cooked. One more game, can't go out on a loss. One more. Well, no, I can't go out on a loss where I threw this bad. Yeah, we definitely need to do one more game. One more game. I'm down with that. One more game. Not gonna go out on a loss where I threw this bad. Holy smokes. I got no focus right now, man. I got no focus. Maybe we just shouldn't play Pokemon anymore. We should just become a just chatting stream. Just with the PTCG live menu in the background. Tired of these. Guess that fleet footed might matter here. It's not the pilot's deck. True. Alright, this today I don't know me. What was on the bottom of my deck? I don't remember what was on the bottom of my deck. I maybe shouldn't have done that. I probably shouldn't have done that. Well, I want to draw into Iono, so maybe I should have done that actually. Alright, Fleetfoot into Iono. Okay, Pokegear into Iono. Okay. Big Charm. Pat to the peak. Iono into Generator. Generator switch. Or Generator switch and just hit 2. Double Generator makes you feel a little bit safer though. What's on the bottom of my deck? I put 1 card on the bottom of my deck, right? What did I just put on the bottom of my deck? It's just 1 card though, right? So then Pokegear first makes sense because it's like. Because now that 1 card could still be on the bottom of the deck, so this should increase my odds, right? Still only got 1 though. Alright. Well, it's possible they don't knock on my active next turn. We'll see. They don't need very much, but they don't got Shivery Chill. Actually, they only have. Oh, I thought they were down 3 superior. They're not. Dude, judging them is so bad. Alright, whatever. I need a boss KO this though. I don't think I want to. Dude, I'm just gonna lose based on that though. I do have retreat knockout, but if I do that, they just need an energy to win. Do I just hope they don't have it? Maybe I just hope they don't have it. Yeah, dude, we're just logging it. We're just going with it. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they need 1 more. Alright, I'm down. I'm down. What do you do after retreat knockout? I don't know. Top deck switch or escape rope or something? Yeah. Yeah, top deck switch, I guess. So I gotta go to 30 energy, yeah. I'm telling you, 15th energy might be the move. 15th energy, man. We have attachments left, even though we barely ever whiff those, if ever. But a little bit extra off the generators wouldn't hurt. Doesn't that just win them the game? No, I guess not. It lets them use concealed cards. Oh, but they ran to a 1 prizer. I wonder if they even thought about the concealed cards play there, to be honest. Also, did they have an energy in the deck? They usually play 10, right? So they didn't have an energy in deck. Frog greater than 15th energy if you want that? No, I don't think so. I think the energy is probably better. Chance of finding rather than actually like you can't like what's called into the actual card. Do I even have a switch left is the question. I have an escape rope and a switch. Dude, if I win this game, holy sheesh, bro. There's just no way. There's like nothing in the deck, right? Hold up. So I just need a switch card and I win, right? Well, that's not 100% true. If I get a generator, I could retreat. I could retreat into Raikou and take the knockout with Raikou. I'd have to go retreat. Alright, so I think I attached to Raikou, right? And let me think for a second. Hold up. If I go... I can get an energy off the skate park from the Miraidon. Dude, I just don't know. I think throwing it here probably just makes no sense. I think I maybe... Does it matter ever? Oh my gosh. That is so... I can't believe we won this one. Well, I guess I don't have to play another game. Dude, no way, bro. But it worked. The play I went for worked. We boss KO the B-Barrel, and then we Iono them. And then we judged them afterwards. I was pretty iffy on that judge, to be honest. Bro, this doesn't all this proves is that Chien-Pao sucks. That's all this proved. All this proved is that Chien-Pao sucked. That's all this proved. It didn't prove anything about Miraidon. I like literally threw so hard. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me. We didn't get the L, so I'm gonna go ahead and raid. We raid in Real Sunny Games before I head off here. I'll be back. I'll be back for one more stream tomorrow before Pittsburgh Regionals this weekend. Yeah. So see you tomorrow one last time. Then I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'll be away at Pittsburgh Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I come back Monday, but I won't be streaming on Monday. I'll be streaming again on Tuesday. So streaming tomorrow and then streaming back again on Tuesday when I get back from Pittsburgh. And we'll be VOD reviewing Pittsburgh Regionals when I do get back from Pittsburgh. Unless I get, hopefully I'm not sick. I'm done being sick, bro. I'm so tired of being sick. Being sick sucks. Yeah, catch you all tomorrow. And then Pittsburgh this weekend. Have a good one. See you later, chat. Go check out the podcast with me and Chip. Me and Chip do a podcast if you didn't know that. Me and Chip Ritchie. A new episode is up there, so if you want some more content from me, check out the podcast. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.